It's 1 o'clock on the dot. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this April 7th council meeting. I'm going to call it to order at this point and invite Councillor Forder to read our land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, everybody. We would like to begin by acknowledging with respect that we are meeting on the traditional lands and treaty territory of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, which includes the Chippewas of Nawash Unceded First Nation and the Chippewas of Saugeen First Nation. We also recognize the Métis, whose ancestors shared this land and these waters. We extend our gratitude to all Anishinaabe and Métis people and their descendants, past, present, and future, who continue to care for and inhabit these lands and tend these waters.
And now I'll just invite you to join me in a moment of silent reflection on our business today. Thank you very much. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest? I see none, but if it does arise, please bring it forward at that time. And now on to announcements. And I'm going to start. We have a presentation today, and I hope this is going to delight Councillor Bell, who was the originator of this idea. But we are at a point today where we are able to recognize two very prominent business personalities in the municipality of Meaford. And in a moment, I'm going to join Jessica Kenyon at the podium at the back to make a presentation. But I just want to acknowledge the hard work, positive contributions to the local economy that have not gone unnoticed. Very, very proud today to celebrate for Cliff Richardson Boatworks 90 years in business, and for Reg Noble Used Cars 40 years in business. So I just like to add to that thanks to Jessica, she is our small business liaison person, and I think that we needed her to help kickstart this what I hope will be quite a regular celebration of business success in the municipality of Meaford. Okay. Reg, this is to Reg Noble's Quality Used Cars. As Council of the Municipality of Meaford, we are pleased to congratulate Reg Nobles on achieving 40 years in business. Thank you for serving the Meaford community, awarded January 25. It's a little bit late, and signed by all of us on council. So
that's great. Thank you very much.
Sincere congratulations. That's a great milestone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dave, if you want to come up here and this is just amazing. 90 years in business. And so it is truly a heritage business that you had. And obviously it wouldn't be here today without your hard work and endeavors. So
Thank you.
Congratulations. Okay, thank you very much. Now I'm going to go around the horseshoe for announcements, and then we'll turn it over as well to staff. Councillor Yurick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to follow up with a little bit of congratulations. And Dave, you don't look 90. That's amazing. So last council meeting, I was pleased to announce that we had two Meaford people accept the King Charles Coronation Medals. That was Brian Doherty and Mary Solomon, very well deserved. And this week we've got indication there was a third Meaford person that received this honor, and it was Sonia Mount. So that is really incredible that our community has had three individuals who have done so much great work in our community that they were recognized at this with this great honor. So congratulations to them. If I may, just the second thing I wanted to mention, I just wanted to mention that we, there were a number of us, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Councilor Forder, and Councilor Greenfield, myself, we attended the Great County ECDEV, the Warden's ECDEV Forum on Friday, which was very interesting, very educational. It was actually very inspiring is what it was. We had a exercise in the morning where okay, it's utopian. It was perfect world. There was no budgets. What could you do? And you know, that whole exercise of where could Meaford go? And every municipality around did a little exercise, and we looked at all the things that we could do in Meaford and how many employees could you realistically, literally bring in. And we came up with about 5,000 potential employees that we could bring into various businesses and whatnot. So it was a really fun exercise. But it also was pretty valuable. The afternoon was just as illuminating because we had EPCOR speak about alternative funding models for the wastewater plant, which we know we all are very concerned about how that's going to move forward. And that was also a very good conversation, which I think will end up resulting in further conversation with that group, just to see if there's any potential avenue to work forward there, because this is something that we really have to get working on. So it was a really good day. I don't know whether anybody want to add to it, but it was good.
Excellent. Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On my announcement, I think it's more of a congratulations. Everyone knows that we had quite a weather event with an ice storm. And I would just like to say a big thank you to Hydro One and the workers that had to go out in some very inclement weather. I personally had my generator running for 38.5 hours. There was heavy destruction up around the Woodford area. The Sydenham-St. Vincent town line got hit really, really hard. There were hydro poles that were literally snapped off. So a big thank you to that group, and a thank you also to our own municipal staff. I witnessed them up around the Woodford area, working with a backhoe, working with a wood chipper, clearing the debris from the Woodford Crescent and getting things dug out and opened up, and they had to move on to many locations. So again, that work crew, I'm just saying to them, thank you very much. And to all the people that went through that tough time, there's still destruction left. I tried to call a tree removal service, and they're about 4 weeks out. And so it caused quite a deal in our municipality. And anyway, I just wanted to say thank you to those elements, Mr. Mayor.
I have one I want to pass on. Yesterday, I had the pleasure of cutting the ribbon along with Jessica Kenyon up at the old high school for the pickleball courts there. And Ardarsh Krishna has opened that up, and not only is it a place where people can play pickleball, but they can develop higher skills and enjoy more competitive events by being involved there. But what I really wanted to particularly mention, great surprise to me, I'm so old that I did not get to go to that school. I went to the old school with the fire escape chutes, but I do remember, as our son went to school there, the marvelous entranceway to the school. And what Adarsh has done there is taken that space and converted it into basically a gathering center, a drop-in center. And he's got a piano there. He's got a big screen TV. You can watch movies. You can play music. There are books to read. And I think he's going to have some journals and papers. And it's very, very comfortable. So drop-in centers, every community needs them. And I think this is just such a great social hub. And so I wanted to congratulate Adarsh Krishna for what he has done there at the school. Yes. Yeah, I think I'm going to ask Councillor Green. No, you go first to Councillor Greenfield.
Fine. Thank you. Your worship, and I do remember that fire rescue. Thank goodness I never had to use it. But, yeah, a couple of things, if I may. Mayor Ken or I was fortunate enough to attend the 2025 Good Rose Conference last weekend from March 30th to April 2nd. the deputy mayor, was, in attendance too, as well as our, manager of transportation at Fleet, Mr. Freeze. It was quite an event. A number of keynote speakers. I'll start though with the trade show. There were approximately 130 exhibitors, and all had some interesting information for us. We were greeted initially by Mayor Olivia Chow. Quite a few interesting speakers and panel discussion. Gentleman by the name of David Zipper, and he's from. I think he lives now in Washington, D.C., and he was telling us about car bloat, basically oversized vehicles, and this wasn't referring to tractor trailers either. This was more personal vehicles. Nuclear Waste Management Organization, a chap by the name of Ulf Stammer, gave us a lot of information about the long-awaited repository that has been finally settled upon up in northwestern Ontario. There was a three-person panel adjudicated by Adrian Betra. Ms. Betra is the editor of the Toronto Sun. The discussion there was Canada-USA relations. Seemed timely. Productivity problems, that was presented by the Colliers Group, and some interesting facts there. Not very satisfactory, some of them. If I remember correctly, something like 70% of construction projects in 2024 went over their time limits, and I believe 78% of them went over budget. Not particularly good news. Wes Marshall, Mr. Marshall is from Denver, Colorado, and he talked about dangerous roads, and I could imagine there might be some dangerous roads in Colorado. That was interesting. Chris Manning from MOECP talked about waste management. It was particularly well-attended seminar about road salt management. A chap by the name of Warren Nicolotion gave a lot of information about particularly road salt and salting applications and practices, and he brought up a few things I had never thought of. And we were also blessed by Bonnie Crombie and Merritt Stiles, who came to speak briefly to us. Now, unfortunately, we couldn't lure Premier Ford to the conference, but anyway, all in all, a very good show. I do have another announcement, Your
Please.
Worship, if I may. I want to acknowledge one particular employee of the municipality of Meaford. I'd like to acknowledge all of you because you all deserve acknowledgement for sure. One of our employees in the last few days, in my estimation, has become a true hero. And I'm talking about our manager of transportation and fleet, Mr. Jeff Freeze. Just a little bit of background information. Mr. Freeze was in attendance at a gathering where a number of people were there, and very unexpectedly, one of the people there suffered a choking spell. It got quite serious. I think we've all had choking spells, and usually it's a matter of a few coughs and things get better. This situation became serious. The gentleman who was suffering actually, around his mouth, started to turn bluish. Not a good sign. Jeff Freeze, who was in attendance, quickly rushed to this man's aid. He administered, first of all, the Heimlich maneuver, which is a life-saving venture. 911 was called. Jeff continued the Heimlich, I call them back thrusts, for about 5 or 6 minutes. The gentleman responded somewhat. It looked as if he was able to at least gasp for air. Jeff laid the man down on his back and administered CPR. The ambulance attendants arrived within about 11 or 12 minutes of being called. And they rushed in with a defibrillator and oxygen. By this time, the chap was partially responsive. With the help from the paramedics, he was able to sit up, and actually, after another maybe 10 or 15 minutes, he was able to stand, although a bit wobbly, and the paramedics whisked him away on a stretcher. I understand he was kept in the hospital for over 48 hours. But it seems to be coming along very nicely, the last that we have heard. Before the paramedics left, they acknowledged Jeff and his actions. They told him he did exactly the right thing at the right time. They told him he very likely saved this man's life. I think Jeff's heroics, I wish he could have been here today, but he does have other things on his plate. As far as I'm concerned, we have a hero. It was a valiant effort. And I just wanted to publicly say thank you, Jeff. As far as I'm concerned, you are a prime indication of the quality of employees that this municipality has. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Greenfield. And I think Deputy Mayor Keaveney also has an announcement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and excuse me, that's quite emotional. I was present, and it was quite an event. Councillor Greenfield, I just want to thank you for your very thorough overview of the Oprah event. It was a privilege to attend, and I just wanted to add one piece to that, was that we had the opportunity, Councillor Greenfield, Jeff Fries and myself, to meet with our new MPP, Paul Vickers, and his associate, who's very familiar to us, Graham Taylor. And we had a great discussion, but in particular, we talked about the need for Meaford's wastewater expansion. And they listened very intently and asked a number of questions and asked for some information from staff that will assist them when the time comes for us to apply for a grant. And it's just great to know that we've got somebody hopefully in our corner who can make sure that our needs are heard at Queen's Park. And a couple of other announcements, Mr. Mayor. The Bogner Artisan Fair is this Saturday from 10 until 3 at the Bogner Hall. And on Sunday is the Bell Choir at the Presbyterian Church. They're celebrating their 40th anniversary. That starts at 2 o'clock. On April 19th, we have Easter egg hunts in Meaford by the Rotary Club at 12 noon at Beautiful Joe Park. And then if you're quick, you can get out to Bogner for their Easter egg hunt at 1:30. And also this Sunday, the breakfast at Riverside Hall start up again. And that will be a time frame of 9 until 1. And they are every second Sunday of the month until Thanksgiving. And for the very reasonable price of $15, it's a really terrific breakfast and a great time to chat with friends and neighbors. And I have one more, Mr. Mayor. And this time, I want to extend, on behalf of all of us here on council, our appreciation and gratitude to Ms. Val Manning, who stepped up when we were in need of leadership and agreed to be our acting CAO for the past months. And Val, you have led us with grace, with charm. You've made sure we've done all things right. You got us through a difficult budget. And just on behalf of us all, I want to come around and bring you this little token of our gratitude. Oh, she
Too
said
late,
she's got it
too
now.
late. Now, to the other side of the horseshoe, would you like to speak, Val? Please do.
I have announcements. Thanks. What I wanted to let you guys know is, or the public know, is our community benefits agreement bylaw consultation is open. We are looking for feedback on the proposed community benefits agreement bylaw. This bylaw is all about making sure that the major developments that we do not fall under the planning, that do not fall in the major, major developments do not fall under the Planning Act. And we want this to bring a positive benefits to our community. The draft bylaw is up on our website and we've already received some great feedback, but there's still time to contribute. You can review the proposal and share your thoughts by emailing communitybenefitsbylaw@meaford.ca before April 21st or visiting meaford.ca/CBA to learn more. We appreciate everyone's who's taken time to share their input so far, but we're looking for more input and we would love to hear from you to continue through the consultation process. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes. Sarah, our HR person, Sarah Mahone.
Thank you, through the mayor. We just want to take this opportunity to share with everyone that we are very excited as the staff to welcome Mr. Sean Everett to the CAO position starting tomorrow. But we would be not reflective of truly how we feel if we didn't say thank you as well to Val. You took us through a very difficult time and we can't thank you enough. And before I get emotional, I'm gonna.
Thank you, Sarah. Anyone else on the other side of the horseshoe? Okay, let's move on to public participation then. Members of the public are encouraged to provide council with their comments and questions. Presentations must be prearranged with legislative services before the agenda is released and will be limited to 10 minutes. If a member of the public wishes to make a deputation on items on the council agenda or to ask a public question, they may do so either in person at the council chambers or remotely via Zoom. Members of the public wishing to make a deputation or to ask a public question must register in advance with legislative services by 10 in the morning on April 7th, 2025 by contacting the clerk at clerk@meaford.ca or calling the office 519-538-1060 extension 1100. An email with access information is sent to those who register for remote participation. Deputations are limited to 5 minutes and public questions are limited to 2 minutes. We have no presentations today. The public may watch these meetings via the Municipality of Meaford's YouTube channel. It's www.meaford.ca/YouTube. So we have no presentations today. We do have 3 deputations. And first, I'm going to call to the podium Stephanie Peel. Welcome, Stephanie.
Good afternoon, Your Worship, Mayor Kenner, Deputy Mayor Keaveney, respected councillors and municipal staff. My name is Stephanie Peel and I am a resident of Meaford. I own and operate my business at 90 Sykes Street North, downtown Meaford. I speak today on behalf of over half the businesses, services, and organizations on the Sykes Street North block between Nelson and Collingwood. I want to preface this the same way I do every conversation I've had about the barriers. I have no intention of being a bad neighbor, nor do I wish to diminish business for another, provided rules and standards are followed and timely, reasonable consequences for not following are fulfilled. I am addressing the reality for our non-patio businesses with respect to negative safety, accessibility, and economic impacts we face daily for 5 months of our year. We depend upon safe courier and pedestrian access, yet both are severely hindered by the current patio program. We recognize the program was vital through COVID years, but at this point, the barriers cause more harm than good. The downtown has changed since and continues to change with nearby developments. I am requesting, as is recommended by the report presented today, that the barriers not be installed for 2025 so the major safety, accessibility, and economic concerns can be properly addressed. First, with regards to safety, the report states the current barriers are not sufficient to protect diners and pedestrians from a collision. That alone should halt any further conversation until there is potential for new equipment, but that is not the only safety issue. The current setup encourages pedestrians to cross through a narrow passage meant for garbage and emergency access. Every day we see live lanes of traffic stopped. Some people climb over the barriers to avoid oncoming traffic. Cyclists are constantly using the sidewalk, which is against Ontario law. We see emergency vehicles stopped because there's nowhere for those in front of them to go. And we see those with children, pets, and mobility aids crossing through highway volume traffic. These people should have access to parking on our side of the street, and we encourage designating the whole block to a 15-minute zone for the busy season. Crossing through high volume of traffic without the barriers is of course dangerous on its own, but removing the parking lane altogether during the busiest half of the year amplifies the dangers for pedestrians and drivers. There is no reasonable defense to knowingly increase dangers for those simply trying to get to their destinations. The current patio setup also hinders visibility from Collingwood West, endangering drivers from all directions at that intersection. Perhaps the municipality could be looking at traffic lights there. Second, the accessibility issues should also halt the current program. As a direct result of the patio placement across half of the sidewalk width, on multiple occasions, people have had to leave their mobility aids in front of my store and others so they can get past a patio to their destination. On many occasions, patrons have had to sit and rest at their destinations because they experience physical pain, respiratory, and other issues just getting to us. Having this parking lane completely blocked off means some who want to stop in our downtown simply can't, and others who do experience avoidable distress in direct result of the obstacles and distance they need to travel. Economically, the patio program benefits only the patio applicants. The rest of us do not see an increase in services or sales from patio patrons, regardless of what we're told. Majority of us on the block instead receive complaints about inaccessibility, with some patrons stating they would not return until barriers are removed. These are years-long clients with regular weekly, monthly, and bi-monthly needs. These are residents of Meaford not wanting to shop or access services in their own downtown because they consider it too difficult with barriers in place. People should not have to reconsider visiting our downtown for lack of safe access. We cannot thrive without equal consideration for our needs to operate. As recommended in the Ontario Traffic Council's patio guidelines, restaurants should place their patio against their building with a dedicated bump out for pedestrians to safely pass by. This setup keeps most parking spots open and would be safest for patio patrons and their staff. This would also help solve the issue multiple businesses have had in the past with patios blocking neighboring entrances and signage without permission to do so. Finally, the use of parking spots as an occupancy measure needs to be discontinued because it misrepresents building boundaries and apparently allows for obstructing others without requiring permission. A patio fee based upon building frontage makes the most sense and would not give a false sense of entitlement to those expecting to expand in front of their neighbors without permission. If a business chooses to have a patio and sacrifice their own visibility, that is their choice, but the rest of us did not choose to lose patron accessibility to our own visibility. We have a parking lane right in front of us. It does not make safety or economic sense to shut it down for almost half of each year. Please pause the patio program for 2025 so it can be adapted to current and future accessibility needs. This concludes my comments, Your Worship. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. If I could just ask our clerk, Margaret, could we secure a copy of her comments so that we can refer to them in future? Thank you. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Sean Bailey.
Your mayor and council members, my name is Sean Bailey. My wife and I own the Leaky Canoe. We have been residents of Craigleaf for over 10 years and have spent the last 15 years in the Blue Mountain surrounding areas. We purchased the Leaky Canoe 2 years ago because we visited the pub regularly and saw the potential in the town of Meaford. The Leaky Canoe has proudly employed families in Meaford for over 25 years. As such, I'm expressing my deep concern regarding the proposed review and potential pause of the Meaford patio program and the harm it will create. As a restaurant owner in Meaford, I implore you to reconsider this course of action as it poses a significant threat to the financial viability of our establishments, the families we employ, and the overall tourism that sustains our community. As a taxpayer of the municipality of Meaford, the pause of this program is critical to my belief that its leaders are overlooking its severity. As an owner and operator of restaurants for more than 25 years, our industry is currently facing unprecedented economic headwinds, skyrocketing food costs, impending threats of tariffs, supply chain disruptions, and labor shortages that are forcing us to increase wages, reducing any profits left over to reinvest in our business and the community. During these devastating times, the patio program has been a literal lifeline, allowing us to expand our seating capacity during peak seasons and attract guests outdoor dining experiences during the summer months, during which we generate the majority of our revenue for the entire year. The patio program has become an integral part of Meaford's vibrant streetscape, enhancing the town's appeal to tourists and residents alike. Reviewing this program now in the face of these existing economic and political challenges will only exacerbate the situation and further decimate our industry and the restaurant owners who have desperately clawing back to make a living since the pandemic. I have invested $20,000 alone in community sponsorship last year between sports teams, clubs, the Poutine Fest, Christmas on the Bay, and gift card donations to countless other local events. We had planned to take out a loan and invest over $200,000 in the Meaford this year by way of an interior renovation of the Leaky Canoe to ensure the long-term growth of this community cornerstone in Meaford. I've purchased orders for new patio furnitures, and as well, the renovations are all on hold. A pause in the patio program would not only remove the financial viability of this investment, but furthermore result in a significant loss of revenue, forcing restaurants to reduce staff and even close their doors. We would normally employ up to 6 to 10 students that call this area home in the summer. Without the patio, this would not occur. The patio pause would be targeting the most vulnerable employees and residents of Meaford. Unfortunately, the large proportion of our employees live paycheck to paycheck. This pause of the program would most likely cause layoffs. This would not only harm our business, but also negatively impact the local economy and Meaford's reputation as a desirable tourist destination. A reputation that all local businesses and restaurants have fought incredibly hard to build over the last 25 years. I urge you to consider the devastating consequences of disrupting the patio program and the families it will impact. A review of the program can still occur while the program is in place. It is also not fair that this review is being considered 1 month before we usually start preparing our patios for the summer. I would also request further investigation into your claim that the bathrooms are a concern under the building code, as this is not entirely true for a grandfathered operating business. We are simply operating according to your guidelines, and will continue to do so. I am open to working together to address any concerns regarding safety, accessibility, and fairness while preserving this vital economic driver for our restaurants and community. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next presenter is on the topic of the short-term accommodation update report, Chris Scary.
I apologize. I haven't had time to go see Mr. Tullio since I returned. Good afternoon, Council. I'm Chris Sherry, a 10-year resident of Meaford and SDA operator. I have spoken in front of Council on this topic numerous times. STAs are an important part of Meaford's economy and provide visitors with much-needed places to stay. I am in favor of STA regulation and feel this can only be achieved with staff and council working with the public to create a bylaw that is fair, effective, and enforceable. On November 25th, 2024, myself and other responsible Meaford STA operators made a number of deputations in front of council. As a result of those deputations, Deputy Mayor Shirley Keaveney suggested that we create a group that would research STA regulation and come up with suggestions for staff and council to consider. It was made clear to us that our input would be part of the process and considered before a proposal was made by staff. Our group went to work immediately, holding numerous meetings and reviewing STA bylaws from other municipalities, including those suggested by council. We also reach out to other STA operators in Meaford for input on our research. The group then came up with a list of suggestions that can be used when creating STA regulation. These suggestions would be effective when addressing issues, including but not limited to on-site parking, availability of STA site managers, noise complaints, basic fire safety provisions, infraction reporting mechanisms to operators and rental agencies, and enforcement. Our present situation with tariffs and unrest is having a financial toll on many. We need to make sure that responsible STA operators can continue to operate and depend on income from their properties. Some of these operators have more than 3 bedrooms or operate more than one listing on their property, such as renting out separate rooms individually. This proposed bylaw would exclude these responsible operators from running their STAs. This is why we need to sit down and meet with staff and council to share our ideas. Please keep in mind that now more than ever, Canadians are focusing travel within Canada, and we want to make sure they have a place to stay in Meaford. We were told that staff would not be working on this until a new CAO was in place and the budget was dealt with. It seems that staff has indeed been putting a proposal together without any input from our group. I am asking for council to pass a motion directing that staff meet with our STA group and council members to review our suggestions and work together towards a fair, effective, and enforceable STA bylaw. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Chris, I want to thank you for being here and for your deputation today. And I want to offer my personal apology to you that I did not let you know when I first saw the agenda last week that the STA bylaw was there. I'm aware that your group has been meeting, and I'm very glad that you took that suggestion and that you gathered a group together and that you have some recommendations in the works that you would like to offer in support of the bylaw that is in front of us today. And I just want to add to that, that we won't be making final approval of this today. There is time to consider your recommendations, and I would absolutely suggest that that meeting occur. And I would be happy to spearhead inviting some members of council and some members of staff to sit down and to hear a presentation from your group and to understand the recommendations that you have prepared for us.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Chris. Council inquiries. Oh, sorry, are you on the agenda today?
I don't believe I am. This is a follow-up to last council meeting's questions, which have remained unanswered. I did ask for, I believe the question was relating to the community program. And the question was that because the minimum benefit will be 2% of the land value, did TCE own the land? And it was asked around, and no one reported an answer last meeting.
Yeah, I'm not privy to whether or not they are going to lease land or anything of that nature. And I don't think any other member of council is either, to be honest with you. But I thought it was that you were making a joke actually at the end, and I didn't plan to follow up because I thought it was some humor. Sorry.
We don't have an answer, Mr. Mayor.
I beg your pardon?
We don't have an answer yet. Is that correct?
No, I'm not sure where that comes in the larger scheme of things. I mean, they have permission from DND to utilize the property, and to the best of my knowledge, I don't think we're at a place where there's been an opportunity to discuss what the financial arrangements between TCE and Canadian Forces might be.
Okay, thank you.
Council inquiries. Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. I do have a question to staff and how we can proceed with this. We had a request from a group on a footbridge at Beautiful Joe Park. I understand that nothing's been done because there's nothing in the budget on this. I don't know if there's an appetite from council, but we need a quote. They're looking for a quote on footings for their bridge. And I'm wondering, how can we get this out there without costing us a whole bunch of money just to get a quote from different companies, one being, Northern Mat, because that's what they do. There's other companies that do that. Just a quote on footings, because the group has put the money together for the bridge. They're looking for help on the footings, and I guess it's dying unless we do something. I think we have to go out and find out what it's gonna cost us to put this bridge in and what environmental stuff we have to do. How do we make this proceed without spending a whole ton of money?
Jessica, are you going to tackle that?
Through the chair, I will give it a try, but by all means, anyone else can interject if they need to. So my understanding of this project is that there isn't a design completed. Like we don't actually know what the structure would look like, is my understanding. So I feel like it would be very difficult to know what the footings would be if we don't necessarily know what the design is. It isn't, and my understanding is that it is not included in the budget for this year, and therefore I don't think the design is something that we would be moving forward with at this point. A bridge would require an environmental assessment, so I think that's kind of the first step if this is something that we want to proceed with. But I think I'm not understanding if this is something that we're proceeding with or not, because it was decided to not be put into the budget for this year. So I think we just need some direction on what we would like for next steps, because it's tough to price if you don't know what it is.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Justin. And it is kind of vague. The group did have pictures of the bridge, not, it'll be identical to that bridge. The one company that I'm referring to does do design build. They would do it all. They don't do the environmental assessment. Is there appetite to move forward with this, or are we just gonna let it die on the table here? Now, I know there's money available. I would find money in the municipality, but I need to know if we're going ahead with this. It shouldn't cost much to get an estimate. We need to know where we're going. Is it $10,000? Is it $100,000 for footings? That's all I'm looking for.
So through the chair, and again, I understand what you're saying. This bridge project or the environmental assessment is not currently on the work plan for 2025. So if that is something that you're looking to add, it would have, we currently have 3 bridges that we're doing. One included is a footbridge potentially. So I guess what I'm saying is it isn't currently included as something for staff to take into consideration to move forward. We can definitely look at what we would need to do as an environmental assessment, because this will be our structure. Like, it will become municipal infrastructure. So we have to make sure that we do the environmental assessment first to understand where it's going, what it looks like, all the things. But it isn't something that we have planned to do this year.
And my last comment, if I could, I'm not looking to do it. I'm just looking for a price, and I don't know what that entails to go out. I can't phone the guy. It's not my position to phone somebody and get a price on an estimate on putting the footings in.
Would other councillors like to speak to this, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate you bringing that forward, Councillor Bartley. And I wonder if the people from Beautiful Joe, if they could reach out, perhaps you've suggested Northern Plank and Bridge, whether they could reach out and get the information, and then we could bring that back and proceed.
Go ahead.
We could do an RFI, which is a request for information. So that means it's just estimates. There's no commitment or cost typically, but we could see who would be interested.
I think that has a lot of
That's
merit.
what I'm looking for. That's all I'm looking for, is that.
I don't know if that's going to work, but we could search that piece. I don't know.
I think we got a clear indication from the organization that they're stuck. They can't really move forward without some kind of commitment, and even if the commitment is to develop something in the 2026 budget to try and move the project forward. That's what I've been my comments.
And like I said, Mayor Kentner, It will be a municipal bridge. It will be a municipal property. That group can't go forward. It has to be us if we so desire. If we don't, we can drop it now.
A little bigger problem is that really the river is changing its course to the west of the site where the bridge is planned. And as near as we can tell, after numerous inquiries, nobody seems to be assuming any responsibility for trying to rectify the fact that, for example, where the problems that we have on Berry Street, soon the post boxes won't be there because the river is at full force now, hitting the side of the bank. So there's a big problem at the intersection of Legion, Owen, Miller, and Edwin Streets. And without a solution to that, I think it makes the bridge a bit problematic. Anyone else wish to speak to that? Councillor Urick?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm glad that kind of dovetailed into that. First, I'll start with, I do support Steve in that regard. Anything we can do. I mean, Beautiful Joe has went out and raised over $100,000 in good faith to try and put this forward. So I think whatever we can do to put staff and them together to try and find at least what a solution would look like, I think would be great. Regarding the Miller Street scenario, I've been speaking with Jessica on this, and there are concerns. I received a call from a homeowner on Miller Street this week. There are great concerns about they're losing property. I know through Gray Sawble that they've had to move Trout Hollow back. But the bigger concern is the erosion aspect. So I will be bringing later today a notice of motion that is going to address a couple things regarding Miller Street. Again, in conversations with Ms. Wiley, we've been talking about traffic calming effects that might be put in there to help calm. It's become a bit of a speedway on Edwin Street, but moreover, as chair of GSEA, I have brought this up with the authority before, and there hasn't been a lot of traction, but we now, with the river as high as it has been this year, it definitely is a concern. We need to address it. So how that's going to impact the Beautiful Joe Bridge, let alone Miller Street. And I mean, we even see the erosion that's coming down the street right now is really bad. So there's going to have to be a lot of investigation what's going to be done to that. So I am going to be proposing a notice of motion later today to address Miller Street, and so that hopefully then staff can dig into it a little more. And I will make efforts on behalf of Meaford with Gray Sawble to try and get them to the table as well so we can address it.
Jessica?
Through the chair. So for the footbridge that we're talking about, is it fair to say that I think the environmental assessment is kind of the first step? Like for all of these reasons, there's a lot of, it might not necessarily be exactly where everyone wants it. Like we need to take all the things into consideration. Are we comfortable saying that that's something that we can put together what that would look like, and it will go in as an opportunity in the 2026 budget to do the environmental assessment? Is that what I'm understanding?
I wasn't prepared to wait to 2026. And we're about to pass a budget today. I've said numerous times, we've got $1.2 million in extra income, at least $1 million that was derived from excess investment income. We barely touched it during the budget procedures because I kept my hands off it for special circumstances. I think this is a special circumstance. I live 25 miles from here. I don't know why this concerns me so much, but it does. And I think we should move forward on information. Yes, maybe we can do it in 2026, the work, but we need information. What's it going to cost to put 2 footings in and install a bridge and the environmental assessment? That's all I'm looking for. If the rest of council doesn't want to do that, then I can drop it now.
I think Valerie, you would like to speak.
I think Jess's concern is for the comments that you've made. The water is changing. The place where the footings are going to go is changing. We haven't had an environmental assessment done. I think it might be one of those things that we need to maybe go and research it a little further and come back. Um, would that work, Jess? I'm not sure that we can tell you right now today, but maybe we could look further to see. It's one of those things we're not sure because of the way the water, and it was a pretty good run on everywhere. That would be my thought.
Councillor Forder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you, and Councillor Bartley, I do support this. So moving this forward, is this something where staff require direction from council with a timeline with regards to bringing back this information? Like, how do we get this rolling?
This one's kind of a trickier one because we don't have it in the budget, so there's no dollars. And Councillor Bartley is correct. He could suggest that we take it from a reserve of some sort, or but it's still back to, if we need an EA, then that, I don't know how much an EA would cost. And I don't know, I think we need to almost observe where the bridge now is going to be located if the water course has changed. Am I kind of on the right track?
Through the chair, we don't necessarily control the time that it takes to do the EA. Like, there are legislated timelines that include public information and public participation and all of this stuff. It's not something that could happen immediately, but it also forms what the structure might look like, or what the footings might look like, or where they might go, or I don't have all those answers, but it would have to happen in order to build the structure. So it's an important part that needs to happen. I just don't know what that would look like because we haven't looked into it yet. But it is the first step, is the environmental assessment.
I would prefer not to, you can have a resolution that we go back and we review the bridge and the EA and possible costing and possible getting different companies to give us some ideas. The timing piece, it's not going to happen shortly because we have a lot of other things that you've asked us to do as well. So I would say a resolution, but provided that you understand that is one, and we could do an internal discussion here to see when we can put it on the plate. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, and I wouldn't be looking for anything tomorrow. Like, I understand these things take time, and that's in addition to your existing workload. So we're totally appreciative of all that. I think what we're all looking for is what do the steps look like leading up to finding a solution to this, if it's possible at all. So if it means providing some kind of direction and maybe not a specific timeline, but knowing that staff are working on it and they will update us as soon as they possibly can, at least we know there's something in the works. Otherwise, this project might just sit forever and never get done. And of course, every year we wait, that project becomes more expensive, meaning that they have to raise more funds in order to complete this project. So I think, if I don't want to speak for Councillor Bartley, but I think that's sort of what he was looking for, is let's see what we can do to start getting this going.
And if I may just add to that, something that we haven't talked about, but as I recall, the presentation we received from the Beautiful Joe Society, or whatever they call themselves, Beautiful Joe Park is not accessible any other way. Nobody can get into the park who's confined to a wheelchair, literally. The only entrance is down a very steep gravel hill. And if you go out of control, you bring down the pavilion. I mean, their reason for pushing this bridge is that there is really no proper access to the park. And so they are at the point where I think their feeling is, why would we organize events in the park anymore? And it's really, this park has turned out to be a huge asset to Meaford. So I think that we need to move forward in whatever way we can, and not look askance at the kind of volunteer support that has raised $100,000 so far for this. Councillor Greenfield?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thanks to Councillor Bartley for bringing this forward, and thanks to you, Mayor Kentner, for saying that word accessibility. That's what this is really all about. Beautiful Joe Park is a municipal facility, and overall, our municipality, I think, has done a very good job at making our properties, whether they be parks or buildings, accessible to almost all of our residents. And that's what this footbridge is primarily all about, that people with accessibility problems can get down and get back out of the park. As far as the bridge, I understand the Friends of Beautiful Joe, they do have a plan for the actual bridge structure, but for abutments, I mean, abutments are put in on River's Edge almost every day for bridge construction. So there's no doubt about it. Our Big Head River does have its wandering ways, but I don't think abutments would be a game breaker in this situation. Friends of Beautiful Joe have worked hard for well over a decade on this initiative, and I really think and really hope it's time that our municipality can step up and say, hey, yeah, we want to do something definite to move this forward.
Anyone else wish to speak? Because we've got a busy agenda here. Councillor Bell?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So I think that council does need to give staff a clear direction. So I would think that quite possibly Councillor Bartley could do a notice of motion today to move this ahead 6 months, that we need to have a design build. We need what Valerie had suggested about a request for information only. There's nothing binding on it. Find interested parties that could get involved in looking at this. And as far as an environmental assessment, we have seen what an environmental assessment can cost at the Twin Bridges. So, and if you don't do the scope properly, you end up having to do another one to qualify properly. So I think that we should just have a notice of motion that this council supports this bridge and the Beautiful Joe Society. And at the end of the day, my fellow councillor can probably put the words that he needs to do, and I think you'll find support by the rest of council. I think we though need to direct our staff. We've had that conversation before.
Thank you. Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Mayor Kentner, and back to staff. So would you prefer me do a notice of motion later on to bring up at the next council meeting on a motion on this? Or can we give direction today to move forward? I can do it either way.
I would think you'd want a notice of motion with no, like 6 months is fine, but I'm more concerned about the timing because we do have a lack of staff and it is hard to get things done. Not done, I shouldn't say it that way, but it's just the timing, and there's a lot of moving parts, I think, for that particular item.
Thank you. I'll bring a notice of motion forward later.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Is there any other council inquiries? Councillor Urick?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Couple of past motions, and again, this is all under the heading of, we know that it's been interesting times. Staff's been very busy, so these two particular, I would thought would fall more under potentially the land on the desks of IT. So I want to ask about two that I passed previously. September 23, I asked about having webcams installed in downtown Meaford. When I worked in a certain internet company in town previously, we had them up, and my goodness, the amount of calls we said whenever they went down, how many people actually looked at those. I look at the last winter we had, how many people would have accessed those to see what the weather was like in downtown Meaford and whether they were even going to come in or what. We have events that happen all the time. People watch this. This is webcams come under the auspice of both public interest, potentially public safety, as well as economic development, because people do use them as advertisements for their community. So I just want to know kind of somewhere down the road, like an update on where that sits. The second one regarding that was also hybrid meetings. I did that February 24. I know that's newer, but again, I see these both following on more under the IT domain, where looking into this, I just want to make sure that these are moving forward, because that is something that we've also had a lot of conversation about, the necessity that, again, past weather year that we've had, where that kind of capability would go a long way in making everybody's life a little bit easier. So those are two motions. I would just like to kind of follow up and make sure that they're in process.
Through you, Mayor Kentner, the camera one is, I think it is in the works right now. I think we're reviewing policy on visibility and all that nice jargon. The other one, I think it's on the list, but we haven't got to it yet.
Okay, I think Councillor Greenfield is next, and then Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Your Worship. Through you to Ms. Wiley, I've had a couple of phone calls from folks over in the Sydenham area concerning leaf and yard waste disposal. I don't have to tell anybody about the amount of refuse we have around after this last winter and the ice storm. Jessica, they're wondering, these folks are wondering if indeed they're going to have access to the Owen Sound Leaf and Yard Waste Facility again this year, as we granted last year. I have advised them that I expect that is that situation will be in place, but again, there may be some things to be finalized. I'm not sure if indeed we pass the budget today, and I'm hoping that's going to happen. Will we be immediately, if not sooner, in contact with the folks in Owen Sound and arranging acceptance of Sydenham yard waste?
Through the chair. So we have been in conversation with Owen Sound as usual. We are just waiting on the budget to be passed. So the funding is available. We didn't want to commit to anything just in case. Owen Sound knows that it's happening today. So hopefully we already have a draft of the agreement. Things are ready to happen. We just kind of need to make sure that everything is approved. Their plan, and no one could take anything there anyway, because I think their plan is to open on April the 14th, I believe, and they will communicate that, we will communicate that, and we will mutually communicate the fact that residents can go there from Meaford as long as everything goes as planned.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just two questions, if I may. Just coming back to Councillor Urig's mention of motions. I know there are a number of outstanding motions in front of us. I have one related to our municipal role in healthcare that's kind of important to me. So I believe I understood that there was a report coming at some point that would kind of give us an update on the motions that are in the books and what their status is and when we might see some resolve.
Sarah.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Kentner, to Deputy Mayor Keaveney. We have started to engage with some external healthcare consultants to be able to engage in exactly this, in these conversations, to be able to bring a report back to council. The last, and I have to look back at the date because we are combining all of these and understanding and applying dates to those so we can respond back to council on a more timely basis around these motions. But I believe it was around November or October-ish, November, that you had brought the motion forward around the healthcare piece. And I'm hopeful that within a month, approximately a month's time, that I'll be able to have something to present to council. Thank you.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, just one more. Thanks very much for that, Sarah. I appreciate it. And Jess, welcome back. But I have a question for you as well. I just wonder if you can give council a little bit of an update on the Bayshore Road project out in Leith. I know it's been hanging over the winter, and just any idea when we can get Miller back onto that and hopefully get that completed for the good people out there.
Through the chair, so Walker is the company, and it's okay. When you said that, I had to think about it. We have been engaged with them through the winter, so it is definitely on their radar. We are still working with Hydro. So there's been a lot of back and forth, and there are things happening. They have to go out and give us a quote on the work. So like there's a lot of things that still need to happen, and all of it's in the balance waiting on Hydro. As you can understand, there's a lot going on with them. So we're ready when everyone's ready for the things to happen, and we'll make sure that we communicate with everyone that needs to know once things start going there.
Yeah, thanks for asking about that, Deputy Mayor, but it is, I know it's going to be hard to get Hydro on the job there, but Hydro has held this project up an awful lot. Any other queries from council? If not, I'm going to suggest that we move on to our consent agenda, and we've got two items here which you've seen before. So I need a mover and seconder. First for item A, the recommendation is that Council of the Municipality of Meaford approve application Z01 2020 Development 2025-08 for 337 Sykes Street South. Mover and seconder, Councillor Urick and Councillor Forder. Thank you. Any discussion? Councillor Bell?
Mr. Mayor, I think we should have a vote to move in. Did we?
This is just the consent. It's
We
not,
don't have to do
it's not
that?
committee of the whole. This is our consent agenda.
Okay.
Okay. So
Okay.
as I say, these passed at our last meeting, and it's just a matter now of final approval. Sorry, am I wrong?
No, you're correct, Mayor Kentner. It's just a one motion for both items in the consent if nobody wants to discuss item A or B individually. So we actually only need one motion.
Well, in other words, we can pass both these recommendations to one vote.
Yes.
That surprises me, but that's good. Okay, so the other half of this is be it resolved that bylaw 2025-16, being a bylaw to amend zoning bylaw 60/2009 of the municipality of Meaford regarding lands known as 337 Sykes Street South, be taken as read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. So a mover and seconder for these two, Councillor Urick and Councillor Forder. And just very quickly, I could turn it over to you. What 337 Sykes Street is an interesting development, and we should tell people what it is, I guess, to remind them.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. So Helena is actually here if you had any questions. We were going to present again just because Helena had presented last time, and we just wanted to make sure we gave that two-step process because of the 5 years since the public meeting. But we're happy to answer any further questions if council had any. And Helena is here to speak to those details.
Like you said, you were prepared to make a presentation. If we can make it short, that would be good. I'm just thinking of, in particular, the drawings that show the, where this is and what it is.
Okay, yep. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Welcome, Helena.
Hi there, thank you, through your worship. So this project up at 337 Sykes Street South, it's for a mixed-use development. So they're proposing to have 6 commercial units and 20 apartment units. So the first floor would be commercial, second 2 floors are apartment units. So right now the commercial zoning doesn't allow for accessory apartment uses. So that's what they're looking to get approval for.
Right. Councillor Forder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Hi, Helena. Thank you for being here. So I just have a question with regards to, I'm looking at the, I guess the draft drawing of the overhead map, and there are no sidewalks. And this is a multi-use There's businesses, people are going to be living there, but the only sidewalks on the opposite side of the street. So I'd just like to get some comment with regards to why there are no sidewalks in this drawing and if that is something, maybe I'm just missing something. Thank you.
I'm actually, if Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind, I'm going to jump in just because I think this came up last time and I know there was a little bit of confusion. So what council would be approving today is just the permission of the change in zoning. When we actually go do the site plan review, we will take the feedback that we got, and certainly sidewalks, pathways, garbage bins, and all of those things are things we actually look at the site plan control stage. I think we really took to heart some of the questions and comments that council gave us last time of things that we would agree would need to be addressed in the site plan control application. And Helena will probably be the one leading that when it comes in. They will have the feedback that council provided, and they will also have to meet our engineering standards at that time. So right now you're kind of seeing the concept of like generally what they're proposing. It could change because the zoning wouldn't prohibit it from changing slightly to meet either the engineering standards or regulations that we have in another manner. We will also look through the site plan control policies of our official plan just to make sure that they're addressed, and they're addressed in much more detail at that stage. We give them a copy of those policies and tell them that they need to make sure that things like landscaping, pathways, garbage, all of that is addressed in a much more specific detail, and then would be incorporated into a site plan agreement. And the only reason I'm jumping in is just to make sure we don't put Helene in the hot seat of trying to answer like, where's the sidewalk, if she can't really tell you right now, but it will be included in the future site plan application as part of the requirements. Some of the requirements will be offsite works as well that have to be approved. And we recognize that it's got a funny frontage there. Some of those, those barriers and things will go away in favor of permanent, frontage changes that will make it a lot safer.
And another question?
And thank you for that, Denise. I understand my question was just a little early in that regard. And I just want to make sure, so there will be a holding symbol on this until the environment has been remediated. I just wanted to make sure that I understood that correctly, right?
Yes, yeah, through you, your worship, that is correct. So they have a holding in place to ensure, because they do have an underground storage tank that needs to be removed. They couldn't do that the phase 2 site assessment until they remove that tank. So yeah, that holding will be in place until they do that and do their phase 2.
I was surprised to find that it was a former industrial site. Does anybody remember what was there? Because I don't. It was Harley's thinking about it. I've been here since 1956. Now somebody in the gallery knows there. Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay, any other questions for Helena? Are you ready to vote? All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. Next items for consideration. The first one, the recommendation is be it resolved that bylaw 2025-17 being a bylaw to appoint members to the Heritage Advisory Committee for the term expiring on November 14, 2026 be taken and read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. Mover and seconder by Councillor Forder, seconded by Deputy Mayor Keaveney. All in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. The second one here is the recommendation be it resolved that bylaw 2025-18 being a bylaw to appoint members to the Investing in Infrastructure Committee for the term expiring on November 14th, 2026 be taken as read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. Mover and a seconder. Councillor Bell and Deputy Mayor Keaveney. All in favor? That's carried unanimously. And the third one, the recommendation is be it resolved that bylaw 2025-19 being a bylaw to appoint members to the Strengthening Our Community Committee for the term expiring on November 14, 2026 be taken and read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. Mover and a seconder. Councillor Bartley and Councillor Greenfield. And all in favor of that one. And that is carried. Thank you. Pardon me. The next one is, the recommendation is that Council of the Municipality of Meaford, one, direct staff to update the parking control bylaw to remove the paid parking program from Memorial Park. And two, direct staff to amend the honk parking agreement to reflect the removal of the paid parking program from Memorial Park. A mover and a seconder for this. Councillor Bartley and Councillor Forder. Discussion on this one. Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Your Worship. I am not going to vote in favor of removing the paid parking. This was initiated a few years ago, back in the early days of COVID, and there were some difficulties presented to certainly to myself, and I'm sure to other council members concerning some activities in the park. I am not going to get into details, but I think we all know that COVID did upset our world considerably in a great many ways. But this is, I think, a way of keeping some data on the good folks who come to Memorial Park, and also getting a little bit of revenue out of it. I don't think our local residents who are admitted free, now mind you, there's a couple of steps to be taken to get a free pass, but I don't think our local residents should have to be paying for primarily garbage and carelessness that some of our visitors to the area unfortunately bring into the park. I do not believe our local residents do that. I don't think they abuse the park. I think they respect it, and I really do think that these passes, which are overly expensive, are a good thing. I understand Grace Auble still charges for parking passes at a number of the locations. Some of them within our municipality: Christie Beach, Highboo, Ainslie Woods, Bogner Marsh. To me, it's just a reflection of doing business in today's world. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to say how much I appreciate this report from staff. We did have this discussion, and I supported Councillor Bartley at the time, who brought forward the suggestion of removing the paid parking. But having read the report and recognizing that we have a process in place that's working pretty well, we're not, at least I'm not, hearing any complaints regarding paid parking. And it seems to Councillor Greenfield's points that this gives our own residents a little privilege and gives municipality a small amount of funding to assist with bylaw and maintenance of the park. And we recognize, as we know, that other communities are doing the same thing. So I too am going to vote to continue with paid parking at Memorial Park.
Anyone else want to speak to this? Okay, if you're ready to vote, now what we are voting on here is in fact to remove the paid parking program. Oh, maybe just before I call the vote, does staff have any comment on this? I'm thinking, I believe I was told that, at least I guess I read it in the report, that it's important for the boating public. It's more convenient for the boating public to be able to use the launch pad with honk as it stands at this time. So does somebody know more about that?
My understanding is that we were changing it to be an online registration for honk. So residents would be able to register online. So it'd make it more convenient for them to license their vehicles. That was my understanding.
I'm a bit confused about who's getting licenses for what. Sorry.
So the residents can get a seasonal pass
Yeah,
online.
yes,
And it's easier because they don't have to go to our office or.
right. Yes, I understand that
Lent.
part, and that I wanted to get that out there.
Yeah.
And then the other thing is that people who are using honk are able to, they don't have to go through a process every time they launch the boat. There's like a seasonal pass that they can get through honk, which we really don't offer. So it sounds, in other words, there's a bit of synergy here. The paid parking in Memorial Park is not really doing any harm, and there's an advantage to the municipality of having people who launch boats at the harbor be able to do it through the convenience of the honk system. So I think I've got that, and I just wanted that out there for. So I think I understand why some of our councillors are changing their view on this. So I'm going to call the vote. Sorry, Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Are you done with your points? I don't want to interrupt
No,
you.
I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If we keep this status quo, we don't remove this, what does that do to our budget? Is our budget the way it is, doing it the way it is, or does it modify it?
Currently, I left it as is in the budget because the monetary value was on the budget number was about $4,000. So I left it status quo in the budget.
Councillor Urick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So put me under the category of confused. The reason we talked about this last time was because we were concerned that the actual enforcement cost more than the revenue did. So can I get a clear answer as to whether literally us hiring the staff necessary to enforce the parking, does it cost more than we made in the revenues? Because that is a big deciding factor with me, if we're actually subsidizing this versus this actually being a revenue stream.
Through the chair, and Holly can correct me if I'm wrong, but they're not actually specifically hired for Memorial Park. So the staff are hired for the summer to do a whole pile of things. And this is one of them. So I think, and I have a great memory until I don't, but I feel like I think it's in the report as well that it wouldn't really change their work. Like there's still lots for them to do. It's just incorporated into their to-dos. And it isn't like it's paying for itself kind of thing, I think is what you're asking.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. When I brought this up, I wasn't looking to save money. I wasn't going to cut bylaw staff. I was hoping bylaw staff would have more time on their hands for the STAs. That's the point behind it. I just know it is a pain to get that ticket. Honk might make a difference. I know why we brought the bylaw in. I was just trying to eliminate it from the park. And I stand with my motion. Thank you.
I guess my great concern is I have no problem with it as it stands, but I do not want to see it migrate to the harbor, because that brings it that much closer to the downtown, and you kill your downtown when you put parking meters in it. So you ready for the vote? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Margaret, our clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. Just a point of clarification to help with this vote. I know it's a little bit of a strange one. Staff were bringing this report because there was a little bit of follow-up from the motion at the meeting that this was passed to cancel the paid parking program. So this is sort of the next step that council has to undertake. So a vote in favor of this motion will remove the paid parking program. And if it is voted down, then the paid parking program would stay, if that helps to clarify the next step in this.
We should have clarified that, yes.
Just the paid parking at the park. The harbor would still fall under honk, correct?
My apologies. So the paid parking from Memorial Park would be done. The harbor parking for honk would remain.
Now, Councillor Urick, does this help you? So are we clear what we're voting on? If we vote no, the parking stays. Okay. So all in favor of this recommendation? And all against? So that's repeated. Thank you. Next item is the recommendation is be it resolved that bylaw 2025-20 being a bylaw to adopt the budget, estimates of revenues and expenditures for all sums for the year 2025 be taken as read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. A mover and a seconder for this one. Councillor Forder and Deputy Mayor Keaveney. Discussion? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have touched on it already, but again, I want to thank Val for her heroic efforts in getting us to this point. Here we are, the 7th of April, and getting our budget passed. And we really appreciate all of your efforts and the work of all of your staff and your team and those around this table to get to this point. So I just had one question for you, Val, and I know you're expecting this, but are you able to share with us where we are with our actual tax increase in the blended rate and an increase to the average assessed property?
And I apologize, I should have had it in the memo that was to you, and I apologize that I missed that. Our municipal levy increase is 6.86%. Our blended increase is approximately 5.29%. And on a $600,000 home, that's about $471 annually, or $39 monthly. That would increase on your taxes.
Thank you. Councillor Bell?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So there's been quite a lengthy period of time that we have been looking at doing this budget. And, you know, we just had a guest speaker earlier today talking about restaurants and money. From my aspect as someone who's still doing a light industrial company, I'm going to tell you all that what I am seeing in our society is that money is getting quite tight. Most of my business, we do 30 days with some really good top end companies. We're being stretched 60 and 90. I'm also witnessing something that an old business mentor of mine told me. When times get tough and times get tight, you start seeing old money. You know what that means? You start seeing the old $100 bills that people had been saving for a day like now. And I'm seeing that. So when we're asking, and we're going to do this, we work so hard and so long at making this budget get to this percentage that we're at. I want people to know that we all recognize times are tight, and I believe personally, I believe that times are going to get even more tight. And so how do we keep a good balance? We keep a good balance. We know that we have got folks who have affluence and who love to come here, and they can go through our building department and our planning department. And even out where I live out in Sydenham Township, I am looking at some buildings that have been put up that are just eye-popping and jaw-dropping. They've got the wherewithal to do it. At the same time, I think I spoke before, and it really gets to me when I hear that there are working people, partners, both working, and they end up having to go to the food bank, and they're trying to keep their world coming together. And we know that exists also in our big municipality. So I think today I am ready to raise my hand in favor of this. We've worked so hard, so long from where it started, what we went through. It's been outstanding. How much money that we have done and put towards accomplishing goals for this municipality, and we have used our reserves. We have not asked the taxpayer to pay more. We've pulled those monies out from monies that we have. So I think that we have done a very long process, a very needy process. And I just want folks to know that I truly believe I'm speaking on behalf of every member of this council. We know that money is hard to come by. And we are asking you, those property owners, we are asking you to pay some more. And that is the rock and the hard spot of doing a municipal budget, because we have got to move ahead. And again, right out of the gate, this municipality for a number of years has done one to roads, one to bridges, half to that, and one to staff. Right out of the gate, we're 3.5%. And we've been doing that, and we've been wise to do that. We are way ahead of some of our neighboring municipalities. That was good wisdom on our part. So anyway, I am going to vote in favor of this. I just wanted folks to know that I think we all have a degree of compassion, and I think we all have a degree of good knowledge of what the heartbeat of our municipality ratepayers are. And it's only going to get tougher, by the way, for our agricultural community. What has been transpiring now is going to make it even more difficult for their markets, for their moving on of their wheat and their soybean and their canola. It's going to get tight. So we are literally, to say an old expression, in this together, but we really are. And I think we should console ourselves. We've done really well. And again, to staff, how we've pruned this and brought this, I guess, to a word that I was introduced to back in 2014. Is it palatable? And to some, it will be, and to others, it will be still 5.29%. So thanks for letting me speak like that, Mr. Mayor.
Well, thank you for speaking for all of us so eloquently. Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner, and I shouldn't say anything after that, Tony. Thank you very much. A question and then a statement, if I may. So you mentioned in your talk, Val, that for a $600,000 house, is that an assessed value from impact or a real estate value? That would be an assessed value from impact?
Yes.
So most people assessed value isn't that high, so their tax increase would be lower than what you stated, correct?
Yeah, I just estimated on a $600,000,
600,000 impact,
and
not
that's a residential house.
correct,
Okay.
correct. Just so people know that. And just to add to Councillor Bell's speech, I'm a taxpayer also. I'm not quite happy with what we're paying, but we had no choice with what we were faced with, starting out at a 30% increase, get it down to this. We are, compared to the other 9 municipalities in the county, we're midway or even a little less than halfway on this year's tax increase. But it has taken us over the last 6-7 years from the second most expensive taxed municipality to the 5th most expensive taxed municipality, according to the BMA report in Grey County. I think we've done a great job, and like Councillor Bell said, we are spending more on infrastructure than any other municipality. Like Mrs. Wiley says, it's still not enough, so we'll work on that, but I'm pretty proud of what we've done, and I thank you. I thank staff, and I thank council for bringing this through. Thank you.
And I'd like to thank you, Councillor Bartley, for being our sort of studied numbers guy. Thank you. You ready to vote on this? All in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. And we've got another one, which I think is going to go just as smoothly. The recommendation be it to resolve that bylaw 2025-21 being a bylaw to appoint a chief administrative officer be taken as read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. A mover and a seconder for this, Councillor Bell and Councillor Greenfield. Is there any discussion on this? All in favor? That is carried unanimously. Thank you. I'm going to suggest a short recess before we move into committee of the whole, if that is agreeable. So I think we'll come back in, I'll say 5 minutes and you know that you'll be safe when you come back in 10. Okay, we're back. Thank you very much for your patience, but it was a long session leading up to it, and now we need a motion to go into committee of the whole. Mover and a seconder, Councillor Forder and Councillor Urick. All in favor? And we're doing that at 2:46 PM. The first item here, recommendation that Committee of the Whole recommend Council of the Municipality of Meaford enact a bylaw to authorize the use of internet and telephone voting for the 2026 municipal and school board election. A mover and a seconder, Councillor Greenfield and Deputy Mayor Keaveney. Discussion on this. Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the recommendation is for internet and for, is it telephone that goes along with
Yes.
that? Yeah. So that's the same as what my dearly departed mother, when she was non-computer literate, I think it still says that there would be places for folks who may not have that they can go to a help center. My mom did that. She came in and folks helped her out. And when she was all done at her age, in her late 80s, she said it wasn't so bad. So she got through it and she did. And they asked when she was getting done, is she sure she complete? And she said she was, so it went along very well. The time that we did that, I remember those of us at the time that had that happen to us, we were up at the Meaford Hall in the green room, and the results came through within minutes. And we were sitting there and it was done. It was in and very effective. The last election that we had, it was run very well by the municipal staff. Everybody was on board. Everybody really rolled up their sleeves and counted the ballots and went through. And those of us that went down there saw, I think it was Mr. Smith at the time, he would hold up a box and he said the box is empty, and he turned it over and made sure that everything, so they did a really good job on it. But it did turn out to be more lengthy, as it were, to get the results. And we do live in a municipality where we do have an older generation who really do like, in my case, they would get to go down to Bogner and maybe they could stand around a little bit outside and shake hands with a few folks. And the elections become a bit of a social event also. So they would miss that by not getting to do that little bit of enjoyment. And some still really do like making their mark on a piece of paper. We know that. But from what I experienced and those of us on the repeat council, I found that the internet and the phone worked very well. And the only hiccup was, from my recollection, the overwhelming of the system at the end. It wasn't that the system could not handle it. It's just that the system had not been set up to be broad enough to handle the intake. So I'm sure that can be taken care of by IT. So for myself, speaking first, I would like to go back to the internet and the telephone and help centers for those that need it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Greenfield and then Deputy Mayor Keaveney.
Thanks, Mayor Kettner. Yes, I'm okay with the internet and telephone voting. Now, when it first came forward in 2014, I wasn't quite so confident about it, and I had a number of people they actually said, "I'm not going to vote. No way. No, I can't do this. I won't do that." I think the vast majority of them ended up voting. I do want to ask about the help centers. I assume they are going to be still internet voting at them, but can you give me some idea of and general idea, because we're a year and a half away yet, but how many of these help centers, where will they be? Is it too early to ask about any kind of scheduling routine?
Through Mayor Kentner to Councillor Greenfield, thank you for the question. And I have to admit, it's something I haven't given a ton of thought to quite yet, but I am certainly aware that it's really important to host help centers across the municipality. We would first determine our voting period. I anticipate bringing a number of information reports to council along the way so that everybody's informed about how this is developing. So as I say, the intention would be to have, I believe that one or both of the elections for internet and telephone voting, we open the Sydenham Depot, as well as having our admin office as help centers dedicated through the election period. So typically we have about 10 days in advance of the election day and office hours, extended hours, in those locations, but depending on staffing and depending on some internal discussion and where we end up, we could also look at having help centers at a number of the community centers and other locations as well. But as I say, at this point, I wanted to bring the report in front of council and see what the interest is in this, in their voting method, and then go from there for the planning.
Another question?
Through you to Ms. Wilton Segal. Now, you mentioned the community centers. We unfortunately, we hear about Bogner, Woodford, they both have community centers, but the internet connections are not that great there. Is that going to present a problem, especially for some of our western residents?
Through Mayor Kentner to Councillor Greenfield, we will certainly work with our IT department, and we have units, I believe they're called ZTEs, that we brought to the various locations that boost the internet signal, and we would make sure that we have contingency plans and have a well-developed, well-tested process in advance of setting any of those locations up.
We'll leave it in your capable hands.
Thank you, Councillor Greenfield.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I too am in favor of this voting method for our next election. I remember in 2018, as Councillor Bell suggested, how quickly we received the results, which was really appreciated. So I'm wondering, Margaret, recognizing that there was the glitch that was already spoken to, is there only one company that provides this service, or is this something we would RFP and that we could explore different options, or is it a one company only?
Through Mayor Kentner to the Deputy Mayor, thank you for the question. The company that provided that service that we went with, and that a number of other municipalities in the county went with in 2018, no longer operates in Canada, is my understanding. There is one strong provider in Ontario for this election, and a number of municipalities through Grey County have already procured that one company. I believe it's called Simply Voting. Because I wasn't sure what method council wanted to go with, we haven't explored the next steps, but fairly quickly we'll turn that around and work with our purchasing policy to determine what our options are. I think there's a strong advantage to going with the same provider, if we can, as a number of other municipalities. I believe Owen Sound used them in the 2022 election and had glowing reports, and a number of other municipalities who have done internet and telephone voting as well. So the next step, once council has made their determination, is to work with our purchasing and maybe connect with the Grey County clerks and figure out sort of where we stand on that.
Any other questions? You ready for the vote? All in favor? That's carried unanimously. Good. The next recommendation, that Committee of the Whole direct staff to bring back an updated Recreation Fund program policy based on the recommended changes to increase the administration monitoring strategy and new program eligibility and criteria. A mover and seconder for that, Councillor Forder and Deputy Mayor Keaveney. Discussion on this one. Councillor Forder.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and through you, appreciate staff bringing this report forward. And I think a lot of the information here is very important. One to note that compared to our neighboring municipalities, Meaford does offer a fairly robust recreation subsidy. So I think that's something we can be very proud of and how we support recreation for youth and adults and seniors. Few of the things that I do like, it does make sense to adjust the subsidy amounts for children and adults so we could spread those funds over a wider number of people. I do sorry, just my notes here just skipped for a second here. So it is also nice to see that the food bank chose not to increase their administration fee to make sure that 100% of the additional funds can be used for recreation purposes. I do like that there is priority for adult applications that are 55 plus, and this very much is in line with the municipality's commitment to supporting seniors. And I also do like that the changes to geographic eligibility to Meaford, so it is reflective of connecting municipalities. Concerning part about this, it's not necessarily, I think it's just part of the information, but 1/3 of the approved applications were missing important information and receipts. So I think with better monitoring and oversight, we just need to make sure that we tighten up on that. But otherwise, I think this is a good step in the right direction, and I will be voting in favor of this update. Thank you.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. I agree with basically what Councillor Forder said. I have a couple concerns. I think 91,000 might be a little high for our parameters, but the 10% where the applicant pays 10% and we pay 90, I think that's the wrong figure. At least it should be 50-50. And I'm trying to stretch out the money because the way it is, you could put 500,000 in that account and it'd be gone. I just think somebody wants to use it, only putting 10% up isn't enough skin in the game, and it doesn't let the money last long enough. That's my opinion. I think it should be at least 50-50. It's my thoughts.
And what if you had 6 children?
It's still 50-50. You pay 50%. You want to leave it at 10, that's not going to last, my opinion.
Any other comments on it? You ready to vote? All in favor? So that looks like it's defeated. We didn't have enough discussion. I would say.
Mayor Kentner, may I ask if maybe you choose to vote for and then ask those against so we can be sure of the vote?
Yes,
That would
okay.
be helpful. Thank you.
We've had some discussion. I didn't hear a lot of response to Councillor Bartley's point. If you wanted to make a motion and see if we could get a seconder, we could do that. But I think that is maybe the proper place to start rather than recalling the vote again, because I think there's maybe some questions about that.
Well, the amendment would be that it's 50-50, and I don't even know if that's enough. Originally, what this used to be is we would pay the difference of what the other municipality would charge you to use their system. That's all dead and gone. But I just think 10% is not enough, especially, well, it is for maybe the very low income. So I don't know whether there's got to be a formula. I just don't like the way it's written. I would like to hear from the rest of council before I bring a motion forward.
So how do people feel about 50-50? That is, and my only point was that if you have 6 children of various ages, you probably wouldn't be able to afford to put each one into a program. Deputy Mayor, and then Councillor Greenfield, and then Councillor Urick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and that's my concern as well. I think 50-50 might be prohibitive for families to be able to engage in our programs. And I also think on the other side of this, of some of our businesses that rely on this support to be able to continue to offer their services, because a lot of the children that come to them are funded through this program. So there's a further impact if we alter this too much. I rely here on the comment from the executive director of our food bank that she feels that this would be adequate. I understand from the way this is written that she feels that with the $55,000 and the change in the criteria, that the funding is adequate to see her through the year. So I take a lot of stock in that, and from someone who's boots on the ground. And if she feels this will work, then I'm prepared to support it as is.
Councillor Greenfield?
Thanks, your worship. I do have some problems with this. Breaking it down 50-50, I think would be a step in the right direction. About 10 years ago, we had a total of 25,000, and for a couple of years, I can remember our former CAO did some research on this, and I think there were a couple of years, it was 18,000. That's was all that was spent. Now, I fully understand things have changed from 10 years ago, and it's not out of the question to jump from a $25,000 level to a $55,000 level, but if you compare it to some of our other neighboring municipalities, I mean, we're not even in the same game as they are. And so I think, first of all, I think that the 55,000 number is quite generous. And secondly, yeah, I'm not opposed to increasing the individual cost to certainly much higher than 10%.
Councillor Urick?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yeah, being totally sympathetic, you're right, to larger families that might have barriers economically. It is interesting, and I'm glad, Brandon, you brought up just how significant this is compared to other municipalities, that what we're doing is above and beyond. So whether there's a way of doing this that literally does spread the wealth even further, the problem being is, in with all respect to the people that have 6 kids, how many people that are probably not necessarily as qualified or not our target for this are utilizing it as well, and we end up subsidizing people that have a little bit more means. In the list of the other municipalities, I don't know whether anyone can answer this question or not, but it's under the town of Collingwood, which is one of the other local organization or municipality that is doing this. They talked about depends on the needs of the community at less than $10,000. And they look at up 50% on $100 and 100% $150. I'm not sure what that meant. So they're putting in actual grading depending on the amounts, and whether we could, rather than just say it's 50%, I'm not sure where the line in the sand is where we actually determine the need, because we're not trying to subsidize people that necessarily don't need it. So can somebody explain to me how the town of Collingwood does that?
I'm hoping that Mac has a little bit more information on that.
Okay.
So I just wanted to say that the low income cutoff amounts do scale based off of size of family. So the 91,000 that you had brought up is for the 7 person family households or greater. And then the lower end, so single parent with 2 kids, let's say, they're on the lower end, and it's, I think, 55 maximum. So just so we're clear on that end of it. Collingwood, yes, I believe it was $100. Sorry, can you say those numbers again?
Yeah, it was 150, it was 100%, $100, 50%.
Yeah, so if there's a program that's $100, the applicant has to pay 50% of that. If it's higher than that, they grant the whole fund, I believe.
Right. and not that we want to make this more arduous for staff or for the food bank to make it tougher to administer, but it's interesting, they look at a grading process. I am glad that you talked about, so the 91,000 is specified basically on, so when you talk about quantity, when you talk about a family with a large number of kids, that gradient goes up to the 91,000. That's not necessarily what a family of two is going to get. So that 91,000 shouldn't necessarily be the disqualifier for this. Because we just need to make sure it's equitable. So thank you for that answer, because I think that did help a fair amount.
Councillor Forder?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm glad that we're having this discussion. Just a couple stats just to sort of reinforce the importance of this program. There is the number of reimbursements chart that's in this report. And the top 5 items on this list account for 85% of the total reimbursements, and those are pretty much all for children. 94% of the recreation fund was used on youth, and less than 6% was used with on adults. So this program supports opportunities for youth that they probably wouldn't have an opportunity to participate in without a fund like this. So being a municipality that supports families, I think something like this is absolutely critical. Now, as far as the ratio, as Councillor Bartley said, 50-50 I think is way too low, and I think would be a major barrier. The volunteers at the food bank might be able to comment on that. So maybe it doesn't have to be 90%. Maybe it could be lower to help spread the funds out a little bit more. But I just think it's important to reaffirm that this program is supporting children and youth that otherwise may not have the opportunity to experience sports, summer camps, school trips. Things like these are very important. And further to that, my kids are in school, and the schools often email the families to ask them if they would help sponsor school trips for other children in the class that may not be able to afford it because they're low income. So it shows that there is a great need for supporting youth to have these experiences, which is critically fundamental for their development. So I'm fully behind supporting youth, particularly to my points. So I just thought it was important that we had that out in the open, that 94% of the funding is used on youth. Thank you.
So Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Mayor Kettner. Great conversation. I'll bring a motion forward that we go 30%. The participants pay 30%, and we should go for a year and see how it works. If there's money left over, maybe we don't need 30%, but I'm just trying to stretch it out, because I had a very interesting conversation with somebody that was implementing this last year, and when they run out of money, it was hell. There was people that were bringing their bills in and there was no money. They couldn't eat that month because they had already spent it on something, and to get their money back, I'm trying to spread the money out. We're already 55,000, very generous. I don't want to cut that. That's more than any other municipality out there. It's something that's good, and I agree with it all. I'm just trying to spread the money out. If 10% and we had money left over at the end of the year, that I'm fine with that, but I don't see it happening. The way it was told to me, the money's gone like that.
So are you going to bring a motion?
I bring a motion forward that the participants pay the first 30% and the fund pays the 70. Try it for a year.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Right, Councillor Bell, okay. And just before we call the vote, do you have a question? Okay. Go ahead, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, may I ask Councillor Bartley and Councillor Bell to consider not jumping from 10% to 30%, but maybe something in the middle that might be a little bit more palatable. Just something to consider, but my gut instinct is telling me that jumping from 10 to 30% for low-income families could still be a significant barrier. And I agree, we want to spread the money out as much as possible to support as many families. And after talking to the food bank last year when they ran out of funding and the impact that had on everybody involved, I totally appreciate that. My concern is that a 20% jump might be a significant barrier that some certain families may not be able to overcome. Just something to consider. Thank you.
Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. Are you proposing an amendment, Councillor Forder? Because till you do, I'm staying up with a 30%.
I would counter propose 20%.
And is there a seconder for the amendment? Or is that? Okay, there is, all right. However, maybe we're getting ahead of ourselves here. Go ahead, Valerie. I see both of you itching at the bit.
I just want to let you know that there are other programs that support as well. Both minor hockey and minor ball have funding also that help some of those programs. But we are just discussing the policy that will come back to you again. So just so you're aware, this isn't the end of it.
And your contribution to the discussion, Margaret?
I just, sorry, there was a lot going on just in that moment, and I wasn't sure if Councillor Forder had a seconder for his
Yes, he did.
changed, the deputy mayor. Okay, so
So we
at this
should
point, we
vote
would
on-
be voting on the 20% contribution. If that fails, we would go to the
Yes.
30% contribution, and if that fails, we are back to 10% as the regular. And as Val had mentioned, we do have the opportunity when this returns in the policy forum for council to have some commenting at that time as well.
Thank you for that clarification. So I'm going to call a vote then at 20%, split 20-80. All in favor of that? And we've got a unanimous, almost unanimous decision anyway. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. I just try it for a year and then we may be back at the table next year.
I would rather try it for a year at 20% and go to 30% next year if we felt that we were going in the right direction. Thank you so much. Okay, next is the recommendation that Committee of the Whole recommend Council of the Municipality of Meaford, A, enact a bylaw to amend bylaw 053-2012, Schedule A-3.
Sorry, my apologies. I was just fixing that. We do just need to vote on the main motion now. Sorry about that, for a little rusty.
Okay. Okay, so let's vote on the main, and I'll just remind you what it was. That Committee of the Whole directs staff to bring back an updated recreation fund program policy based on the recommended changes to increase the administration monitoring strategy and new program eligibility and criteria as amended. So I'm just calling the vote. All in favor? Thank you. And that was 6-1. And this is just to help staff. So this next recommendation, I'll do it again, that Committee of the Whole recommend Council of the Municipality of Meaford, A, enact a bylaw to amend bylaw 053-2012, Schedule A-3, refreshment vehicle licensing. B, replace section 9.1 of bylaw 053-2012, Schedule A3, refreshment vehicle with Class A and Class B. C, enact a bylaw to amend the 2025 fees and charges bylaw. And D, direct staff to advertise the availability of municipal sites for refreshment vendors as outlined with a revised deadline of May 15th for 2025 only. Mover and a seconder. It's moved by Councillor Forder, seconded by Councillor Greenfield. Discussion on this recommendation. Deputy. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I have a few different questions, so I might just ask a couple and then bounce back after some other councillors can weigh in on this. Is it my understanding that refreshment vehicle vendors need to undergo a criminal background check? Because I don't see any of that in the report, and I'm just curious to know if that is a thing. Margaret.
Thank you, Councillor Forder. Through Mayor Kentner, that has been removed for this with the update.
Yeah, go ahead.
Great, and that's very good to hear. Thank you. Now, I didn't, maybe I missed it, but in the report, I didn't see the permitted season for refreshment vehicle vendors. So A, what is the season? And B, are can we offer a year-round refreshment vehicle license if the vendor wanted to open up shop all year round? I didn't see any reference to that in the report, so I'd just like to get some comment with regards to what we might be able to do about that for discussion purposes. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Councillor Porter, through Mayor Kentner. So Holly will correct me if I am incorrect on this, but for the vendor license, it is a 1-year term. So we don't have parameters on the operating season. On municipal property, it will be slightly different, and we're still working through some of the dynamics of that, but we anticipate that it would be, as we said, sort of starting in May and then probably through to October. But working with our parks team and the enforcement, we'll refine that once we know that council is keen to move forward. Does that help answer the question there?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, it does. Thank you. And so I'd be curious to know, why wouldn't we be able to have a refreshment vehicle operate year round on municipal property? Like say someone wants to operate at the harbor all year round. What are the barriers as to why we can't do that?
Again, through Mayor Kentner, I would have to check with the parks team and the transportation division. I think there might be some snow removal, some site challenges to doing that, and also some liability that through the spring, summer, and fall seasons are easier to mitigate. But if that's something that we can look into, I think this year we recognized that expedience was priority. So getting this through and recognizing that after a season of working all of this out, we would be happy to bring back some recommended changes, but that council's priority was having something in place. And so we were trying to turn that around.
Councillor Urick and then Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for this. We're definitely making headway. Quick question I was unclear on. So it does say the municipality will post a map of available refreshment vehicle locations on the municipal website prior to the application deadline. Would have been really helpful to see that now because I would like to know kind of where those are. And my question is, for example, a place like the harbor is a really obviously the classic one that everybody thinks about, but I can't help but think going through a lottery system, I didn't see anything in there about whether there's going to be multiple options at certain locations. So is that part and parcel of that? Because the harbor could definitely have a couple.
Through Mayor Kentner to Councillor Urick, thank you for the question. We have identified a number of locations at the harbor. Again, we were sort of creating all of this in tandem with hoping that council liked our ideas, but not wanting to move too far. But we do have a draft map, which we certainly have been working on to identify both the locations, the number, and the sites based on input from the parks team. I was just trying to pull it up, but of course, at this moment, I can't. But if we have a couple of minutes and other questions, hopefully it will appear on my screen and I can provide some insight into those actual locations. I believe we had Fred Raper Park, we had 2 or possibly 3 at the harbor, and the Ball Diamond as well. Blue Dolphin Park, and maybe 1 at Faulkner. We had talked about that. So there was some internal discussion about finding as many locations because we figured, people may not be interested, but if they were viable sites, we'd certainly want to open that up. The reason why we didn't include that as a schedule to this bylaw was because based on projects or changing capabilities, we wanted to be able to bring change sites on a yearly basis if that were an option to open up new sites, and by including it as a schedule, it would mean that we really couldn't have that flexibility. So we didn't want to get ahead of ourselves in putting those in as concrete, but instead posting them based on an internal review early in the year, and obviously different timelines than we are facing right now.
Thank you for that. I'm just really relieved to hear that, yeah, you're looking at multiple potential options for trucks. So that's great. Thank you.
Councillor Greenfield. And then
Thank you, Your Worship. And thanks to staff for looking into this. And thanks to Councillor Porter for initiating this research. I'm okay. I think everything to me looks quite reasonable. We have to start someplace. And I'm just wondering, here again, as chair of the accessibility committee, I'm compelled to bring up accessibility. in our municipality. And assuming someone wins an award to set up, say at the harbor or Memorial Park for, a 4 or 5 month tenure, I haven't seen anything in here to cover if they wanted to build a deck or put down some kind of slabs or anything like that. If you get into decks 4 or 5 inches high, in many cases that means that temporary food sale vehicle is inaccessible. Do we have any control over that? Because I'll tell you, people who have trouble getting up steps or down steps, they really like their fish and chips and whatever. So can we help out that situation?
Through Mayor Kentner to Councillor Greenfield, I think we all like our fish and chips, so we certainly recognize essentially what we have included in the bylaw, and I was just checking under general provisions, there are dimensions for the food premise based out of a vehicle. So we do prescribe size restrictions. We ask for a site plan as part of the licensing process. And the other thing that I would note is that any structure or deck or any other auxiliary, anything certainly needs to comply with the AODA and the Ontario Building Code. So we are covered in all elements in both the bylaw and with that provincial legislation. So there shouldn't be any concerns, and certainly our focus on accessibility is ongoing, and we will make every effort to ensure that that is part of that process.
Deputy Mayor Keaveney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I know everybody loves food trucks for the authentic menu items that they offer, and people look forward to that experience. But I'm going to come at this from a slightly different angle, having operated a restaurant myself for over 40 years, and through that, I want to be very respectful of the people in this community who operate bricks and mortar restaurants, and I recognize that those are the people who find ways to get through winters like we've just had, who employ people all year long, who sponsor our sports teams, who donate to our events. I mean, myself, I would sometimes think literally every day somebody was coming in and asking me to donate to something, and I would give whatever I could. And along come the food trucks, and they arrive for the summer, the busy months, when our own restaurants rely on that time frame to make enough money to see them through the winters. So I just think, coming from that angle, it's important to me that these food trucks are paying a fee that recognizes that they are, that they're here at a privileged time of year, and that we've got, again, our other restaurant businesses that are supporting this community all year long. So to me, these amounts, $500 for an initial licensing and $300 for an annual renewal, just don't seem very high. So I'm wondering if staff have researched other communities. Is this a standard fee in other municipalities, or how did we arrive at these numbers? And I also want to make sure that the same fees apply to food trucks as they do to our restaurants. If they want to put out an A-frame sign, for example, there's a fee for that, and they have to, apply. They have to put an application in and so on. So I just want to make sure that everything is equal for our food trucks, and I just want to understand how we arrived at this 500 and 300.
Through Mayor Kentner to Deputy Mayor Keaveney, thank you for the question. I would note that these fees are in line with what we previously have been charging under the previous schedule for licensing food trucks or food refreshment vehicles. We have maintained a similar fee structure. There hasn't been a significant increase since the bylaw was brought in 2012, but in a comparison to neighboring communities, it's fairly in line. I wouldn't say that we are charging much more than, say, the town of Collingwood. And in fact, I think we're a little bit less in most of the, we've simplified to 2 categories, and they have a number of categories. So those fees are in line. The way we just propose the fees really isn't as a revenue generator, so it's not, it's more to cover staff time in the processing component of that, so checking the application details, the schedules, and all of the administration that goes into that, rather than an alternative way of creating the fee structure. So we could certainly look at adjusting that with council's direction. But as I say, it was in line with what we've previously done in neighboring municipalities as well. You had also asked about the A-frame and similar pricing, and our sign bylaw would apply to any signage that municipal, that the refreshment vehicles would be needing. So that would be consistent. I will note that the only fee we didn't propose was as a rental for refreshment vehicles on municipal property. That's something that council again could change. We had, my recollection, and somebody else can correct me if I'm wrong. I think we've gone through a variety of different ways. We've charged square footage, we've charged per site, we've never charged, we've done all sorts of different things. In a review of neighboring municipalities on municipal property, not all of them were charging a rate. Again, if council would prefer, we could look into a fee structure for that as well. But in the interest of moving this forward and making it available in a public lottery system, we felt that that eliminating that pay per use was appropriate at this time for the purposes of starting that discussion.
If I may follow up, Mr. Mayor, I will probably be the only vote on this matter, but I would like to see food trucks pay some sort of a lease fee for the land that they sit on within our municipality, recognizing again that our bricks and mortar all pay taxes to the municipality. And it seems again that a food truck can come in and set up shop and put out their shingle and off they go, and their overhead is, very little in comparison to the our existing restaurants that support our community. So I'm happy to be the only vote on that amendment.
Sorry, we're talking an amendment then?
I believe at this time it would be appropriate to see if there was a seconder to impose a fee for the rental, if you will, of the municipal sites.
So do you want to just articulate it? Are you going to offer a number or?
That would be up to Margaret. I think it would be so much a square foot. I don't know what an appropriate figure would be to put to that, but yeah, I wouldn't know a number to put to that, Margaret. So I'll have to ask you what you think.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through Mayor Kentner. At this time, I don't know that I could propose a number, but if council would be comfortable putting the motion in as sort of a site-specific fee, what we would do is then bring back the bylaw, and at that time, should council decide to adjust the fee, if the motion passes and we bring that back, then we can have a discussion in the interest of ensuring we continue to move this forward.
In our discussion of the motion, we may come up with a number, but anyway, so is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Bartley. Discussion.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I do have a question on that. And the only reason, and while I'm not negating the idea, my question would be, are there any other local municipalities that do this? The reason I'm saying that is because while I understand the logic, if it's going to be unique to us and would potentially be prohibitive because people will go, well, why am I going to come there when I have to pay that extra? Is that something that's boilerplate? Is that a standard ask of any other municipalities, particularly in our area, before I would support it? Because I just don't want us to be specifically more punitive just because we want more money, and we might actually shoot ourselves in the foot accordingly.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. You're taxing me here now, Mr. Urick. I'm thinking of the food trucks in Owen Sound, and every one that I think of is on private property. So I can't think of where they use municipal property, but where Shirley was going, I do agree with it. I was a business person all my whole life. I paid business tax and I paid taxes to the city. Maybe you could devise a per square footage by taking many of the restaurants, their tax by their square foot per month, and come up with some sort of tax. But I certainly agree they should pay something, because as a business owner, I paid a lot of tax, both to the city and whatnot, and somebody to come in to pay zero. I don't need it to be a great deal of money, but it should be something, and I agree with Deputy Mayor Keaveney.
Well, I don't think it's zero. Can you reiterate what it is there? Somebody that has maybe the file open? It's the 300 and. Oh, okay. Go ahead. Does somebody else want to speak?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too agree with my fellow councillor Bartley and the deputy mayor. So in my business, there's been people who just put something on the back of their truck and they just run around and they go do it, and people think that that's really good. We've even had situations where people are just changing people's oils in the middle of their driveway. They're not running a garage, they're not inspected. And so I understand completely, Deputy Mayor, what you're talking about. Your business former was 12 months a year, and you paid a lot, just like what my fellow councillor Bartley has said, to do that. And when you said initially about the numbers that you said were in the report, and you said that they were quite low, we don't need to have them to be heavily or punitive, but I too agree with the numbers that have been presented that, in my view, not being in the restaurant business, I think that they also were low. And one of the things that I have seen, and I think we've all seen too, is the peddler. We have a peddler license, a peddling thing. You go to a grass bar, and the next thing you know, you've got some folks there. And one day I was approached and I pulled out my counselor's card, which maybe I shouldn't have done, but I asked them if they had a peddler's fee, and they pulled it up and walked away. So they were doing it, trying to make some money and going to move on. So, and that again, that's call the bylaw, make the thing and so on. On this one, for the food carts, food trucks, I agree that whatever people who've been in the food business know, I'm happy to go along with the increase and for square footage or for something. I think there needs to be a different, more level playing field. Yeah.
Councillor Yurick?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Totally respect the opinion. My predicator on that was, does anybody else do it? Are we going to be unique? Because quick AI overview shows that no, food trucks generally don't pay property taxes on municipal property, but they do need to obtain necessary license and permits, which come with associated fees. So if you want to build more into the fee to cover that, so be it. And it says property taxes versus fees. Food trucks are not typically considered permanent structures that would be subject to property taxes like a building or land. So that is coming more from an oversight as a generality. If we want to do something specific, that's fine, but it's unique. So I'm just saying, is that a barrier then for trucks coming here versus, well, I'm not going to pay that because I'm going to pay more to go there than I am to a neighboring community?
Councillor Greenfield?
Thanks again, your worship. And yeah, I thank the deputy mayor for bringing this forward. As far as being unique, I think just in the last motion we passed, we showed how municipality Meaford was unique compared to our neighbors. So it wouldn't be the first time that we were unique. I suggest, to make it simpler, just add a surcharge onto the okay, if it's 500, add 10%, 20%, and would that be simpler than trying to figure out the square footage? Or just a suggestion, but I agree, there should be extra.
Councillor Forder?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. And I'm sort of in line with Councillor Yurick here, is that in principle, I think it makes a lot of sense. However, if nobody else is doing it, we're not going to have any food vendors, which sort of defeats the whole purpose of this whole thing we're doing here. So yeah, I would like to know if there are other municipalities that do charge for this, because the fact of the matter is we have to be competitive, and if we're charging fees that other municipalities are not charging, we simply just won't have any food vendors, and that's unfortunate. But I completely understand the reasons why. But to me, it would have to it would have to be consistent with whatever other municipalities are doing as well.
Councillor Bartley, you did have your hand up.
Thank you, Mayor Kettner. I was being the devil's advocate. We have a whole bunch of docks down at the harbor. We charge rent for people to be there. We've got several hundred campsites in Memorial Park. We charge rent for our municipal land there. I have no issues charging rent on a space municipally owned, and for the reasons that the deputy mayor. Going to be fair to businesses. There's a businessman in this room that pays the municipality money for his location. There should be a nominal fee. I have to agree with Councillor Forder. I think a few phone calls should be made to other municipalities. Are they charging a fee? And that makes it really easy. Is that possible to be done?
Margaret?
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. What I'm going to suggest is perhaps, should council wish to support the amendment, that staff would, and again, respecting that we're getting close to the season timing, so just one option, that we would look at a cost locally, if there is something for a land use agreement type of cost for municipal property only. So what we're proposing is that if a refreshment vehicle wants to bid, they would be aware that there's, aside from the licensing cost, also an agreement that they would have to sign, plus a cost they would have to pay to operate on municipal property. That's what we're talking about here. A possible cost. So maybe what the best course of action, if the motion passes, that staff could do a little bit of calling around and provide an addendum report. And if the motion passes, I would assume that council's supportive of bringing in some sort of cost that would be in line with neighboring municipalities. So we would bring the schedule with that proposed charge as well. So we could still move this forward. And if at that time council wasn't a fan of the cost, we could adjust that. Or if they wanted to remove it, we could do that in real time and still get this moving for the start of May.
So I'm gonna
Thank you, Councillor.
call the vote in a moment. I will say, correct me if I'm wrong, but all I hear from the community of truck food vendors is that Meaford has played very, very difficult with them for a long time. And the most common comment on my Facebook page is always, why can't we have food trucks? And the attitude is that Meaford Council is standing in the way of that. So, and I think that, you see the people that congregate at the harbor at all seasons, but we don't have anything to, offer them unless they, want to leave their fishing line and go and find some food somewhere else. So anyway, that's just my comment. I'm going to call the vote. All in favor of the amendment. And that's carried 4-2. 1, 2, 3, 4. Anyway, it's carried. Those opposed? Sorry, the amendment to the motion, sorry. Yes. Okay, and well, it's really your amendment and with some, qualification from, just if anybody was opposed, I think they'd like to know how many were opposed as well, so. So that's 3 opposed, 4-3. Okay, thank you very much. Moving on, we need to vote on the actual report. You can do that.
Is, but thank you, Mr. Mayor. Page 399 of the agenda, the general conditions that are in there, was that a boilerplate kind of across the board, or is that ours? The reason I ask is because 6W, the licensing offer may impose any conditions or restrictions on a license as may be deemed necessary in the circumstances to ensure the health, safety, and general public interest of the residents of the municipality of Meaford and or the corporation of the municipality of Meaford. That's pretty wide sweeping. Any conditions or restrictions on a license as may be deemed necessary. I just want to know, is that general policy across the board that was just picked up? Because if it is, wow, that's really far reaching. Because I would have thought the whole point of conditions is you're laying out kind of the rules, and this is saying, no, I'm just for any reason, I'm just going to shut that down. So I'm just curious where that came from.
Through Mayor Kenner to Councillor Urick. So a couple of comments to that question. I think the first is really why we're licensing food trucks or refreshment vehicles in the first place is for the health and safety of our residents and all consumers. So I would suggest that having a blanket statement like that ensures that we're fully able to enforce our bylaws to the reason why we're bringing them in the first place. And so specifically to answer your question, yes, we had done our research, and that is a very common general condition under other neighboring municipalities' bylaws, but also because I think it really does provide us the protection to be able to enforce what we are trying to enforce. And so that's why we included it.
So I'm going to call the vote on the actual recommendation to license. Sorry? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, you may have to poke me or something.
Thank you, Mr. And this will be the last one for me, I promise. I just had some questions with regard to the application timeline. So we have the deadline set at May 15th. And no approvals are done until after that date. So what I've been hearing from the food vendors or the refreshment vehicle vendors is that this leaves them very little lead time. They're already trying to plan out their seasons. My understanding is that other municipalities do this a little earlier in the year so they can plan their staffing, order their inventory, and do all of those things. So one of my suggestions would be we should give a little bit more time, and maybe May 15th is a little too late in the season for refreshment vehicle vendors to get all of their everything ready to go. So I don't know what that date looks like, but maybe earlier than May 15th would be preferable. Thank you.
So
Go ahead,
through
Margaret.
Mayor Kentner to Councillor Forder. So May 15th is this year specifically only because of, and that's why it is in the motion, because we recognize we had suggested that May 1st is the deadline and the lottery would be held the next business day after May 1st. May 15th is simply to reflect the next council meeting. We would hopefully pass the bylaw, and May 1st would just not be achievable. So to the same point that that's not a good turnaround. So just with the timelines of staff being able to bring this forward, we did suggest that we extend that deadline to May 15th, which is later than we would have wanted. May 1st was what we proposed in the bylaw, but if there's any feedback from the community that suggests otherwise, this is the time to hear it, and we can have that discussion at the 28th when the bylaws for council's consideration. Absolutely.
Councillor
Thank
Bartley.
you, Mayor Kent. Yeah, going forward, it should be January or February so people can plan, in my opinion. Going forward, 2026 and on.
So going once, twice, three times, no more questions. This is a vote to approve the business licensing bylaw update on refreshment vehicles as amended. All in favor? And that is carried 6-1. Moving on, we have a recommendation that Committee of the Whole recommend Council of the Municipality of Meaford, 1, direct staff to pause the outdoor patio program in 2025 to provide an opportunity to review the program and pricing before 2026 budget for council consideration. 2, direct staff to get quotes for replacing current barriers with TL1 barriers, safety barriers for 2026 budget. And 3, direct staff to review the application, rules and regulations to align with building code and the Accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act. I need a mover and seconder to put that on the table. Moved by Councillor Forder and seconded by Councillor Greenfield. Discussion on this matter. Councillor Greenfield.
Can I ask you to, our clerk, that we separate this recommendation? To me, number 1 could be separated from 2 and 3. 2 and 3 have similar goals. Number 1 has to me, a very different goal. And I'm just wondering, first of all, if there's any appetite for it to do that. And I have, maybe that would be more apt after some initial discussion. But to me, we've got 2 very different suggestions here.
Go ahead, Margaret.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner, and to Councillors Greenfield Greenfield's request. The mayor, when taking the vote, can take the vote in parts if that's the wish of council that
Yes,
can proceed.
Do you want us to, why don't we make that a motion and get a seconder, and does that make sense?
Absolutely. I apologize. We haven't done this in a while, and I would have to look the procedural bylaw to confirm whether this is a debatable and voting motion or if it's just a request. Sometimes we have just requests. And if we want to do a motion, then I will commit to following up to confirm for the next meeting when we take something in parts. If it's,
I honestly think it's a little more of a de rigueur approach to it if we have an amendment to the
Certainly.
motion to.
Let's proceed with a vote on whether we take this in parts. And as I say, I will follow up to confirm whether we need to vote next time. I apologize for not
No.
having that right at my fingertips.
So is there a seconder if Councillor Greenfield has made a motion? I'm going to go with Councillor Urick. Okay, so we've got a seconder. And all in favor? So I think we have a majority in favor of separating these two issues into, my basic instinct is to say, let's deal with the first item, pausing the outdoor patio program in 2025 to provide an opportunity to review the program and pricing before 2026 budget for council consideration. Councillor Urick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, we had discussed this earlier, budget time, and we were kind of leaning this. I am not in favor of pausing this. I totally respect the other businesses in town and their concerns, but I think there's a way to kind of make both parties happy. I don't think we have to have the Jersey barriers all the way down the street. They were empty last year. They served as a place for people to throw their cigarettes, butts, and garbage, and they did provide an obstacle crossing in the street. Moreover, and again, if you look at province-wide or countrywide, again, just doing a quick glance at this to try and find kind of relevant information for this conversation. What was said earlier was there wasn't a benefit to anybody but the actual businesses, and I don't believe that. That is the whole point of doing this, is because it provides curb appeal and reasons for other people to stop, and then hopefully the byproduct is they will also shop once they've eaten. Because again, the search said temporary summer patios offer businesses, especially restaurants and bars, the opportunity to expand their seating and service areas, boosting revenue and attracting customers during warmer months. They also enhance the vibrancy of downtown areas and provide a pleasant outdoor dining experience for residents and tourists. That enhanced customer experience is also providing the opportunity for them to walk and shop. So to me, pausing this is going to be a very interesting year. This is going to be not quite as bad as COVID, but it is projected that there are going to be, as was said earlier, many more people traveling in Ontario because they're not as apt to go to the States. Finances are a concern. They may not be flying to other locations. So that means we may actually get much more travel in our own province. If that's the case, having patios to actually bring more business into Meaford, whether that helps the restaurants locally, but whether they then take the opportunity to shop Meaford, beyond that, that should be viewed as a win-win. Regarding patios just being in front of their locations and respecting the space in front of other businesses, if that's done, if we can also recognize AODA so that the patios are accessible, then I think this is only an advantage to our community. I would totally support not pausing this program so that we can try and move forward this summer.
Deputy Mayor, I think you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm going to speak only to point number 1, pausing the outdoor patio program. And I very much appreciate the comments that have been brought forward from speaking for businesses who don't have patios. There are definitely a lot of very valid concerns that need to be addressed. However, my feeling is it's just simply too late in the season this year to
put forward a thought to pause the patios. The restaurants are already planning for the summer. They're already hiring. They're already ordering. So I just think it's simply not the right time to do this. So I believe we need to go forward in 2025 with the patios, although I do think we can do them better. Everybody remembers this was a quick reaction in 2021 during COVID to help restaurants to be able to serve patrons in some way, shape, or form. So I very much want 2 and 3 to go forward so that we can review our whole patio program and come back next year with ideas to make the whole situation more accessible and make it in such a way so that it is more compatible with the other businesses that are on the restaurant strip. And my hope is that for this year that we can set up the barriers in such a way with some reflective components to them that will make them safer and that they can be again set up, as Councillor Urick suggested, in a manner that will allow another parking spot, hopefully. I mean, we don't have final clarification on who all wants patios. We know the Leaky Canoe will, and we have a new restaurant coming in, and then we have a couple of other restaurants. So I think we're not, we haven't had confirmation from all of them about who wants patios, but as we work through that in making sure that those additional patios are strictly just in front of their own buildings and not taking up parking spots for the businesses that are also operating that aren't restaurants. I just think we need to really have a conversation with everyone involved and make sure that everyone recognizes the needs and concerns of each other and try to work together to figure out a solution that we can find is palatable for Councillor Bell's favorite word to get through this year while we really do a thorough review for 2026.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks, Mayor Kentner. I'm not in favor of number one. I do not want the patios shut down for this summer. I remember maybe 10 years ago suggesting that it'd be great to have outdoor patios on our main street, and eventually that did happen. We have some kind of history now with having the patios. I'm not a restaurant owner, but I can't believe that it's an easy situation to to run this inside outside business. I see how the wait staff there's challenges for them, and this is not easy, but they have adapted I think very well over the last few years. And as I say, it's there's a bit of history now. I'd like to keep that going. However, having said that, numbers 2 and 3, yes, there needs to be some improvements. There needs to be some changes, and that's why I really wanted to split this recommendation, because I think firstly, let's keep it going. Let's provide that service, but again, as far as hate to keep repeating the word accessibility, except I'll warn council, I'm likely going to say it a couple more times before the afternoon's over. But parking needs to be reconfigured, or not parking, but parking spaces as far as the allotment for the size of the patios, that needs to be reconfigured. And so that's anyway, my feelings in a nutshell. I'd like to see them continue, but on the other hand, yeah, in the future, we need to make some changes.
Councillor Bell.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I was a supporter of this early on because of what I had experienced when I was in the Netherlands, and took a quick little jaunt over into the western portion of Germany, and I saw what that did for those small towns that I visited, it just made more of a vibrancy. And so when we were going through what we were going through back in the era of the COVID period, I thought this was really great. One of the things that I hope that rest of council has taken note of this. I can't recall a time when a report came from our members of staff that eight departments have signed off on the problems that this presents. I mean, that's pretty serious. It's not that a single department head would say something that we wouldn't take it as being serious, but it's literally the management team that has got together and said, Council, there's some pretty serious problems with what's been going on here, and they all have signed their department as an involved end with communications. Saying the fact that the staff have recognized that there are significant problems on this, when I look through, and you have all looked through, all of the areas that represent problems and that they're problematic, overall, I don't believe that there's any one of them that cannot be overcome. And in the short term, also, I believe that some of the previous comments about your neighbors, I remember when I was on the BIA, how many of the business owners came together in the morning and they said hello to one another. They knew what they were doing. And I would like to think that there are restaurant owners and there are people who have a Main Street business who are not a restaurant owner, that when they're opening their doors, they probably say good morning to each other and they get along pretty good. So some of the issues that are here are the encroachment. We've talked about that. There's the things that they would like to do and they've been interfering. But I would like to see this continue this year because of one thing. The businesses that participate in this have spent capital, a lot of capital, to be involved in doing this. Where they're storing these things and taking these platforms and things off site and storing them in they're going to do this another year. And if we do this, we're pulling the rug out from underneath them. That they've got this equipment and the patio and everything, and now it's not going to go anywhere this year. So sitting here, I did hear comments from a guest speaker who has some deep concerns on this. Absolutely. I recognize that there are some concerns on this. Also listening to another guest speaker who said, this is what we would like to do and how we would like to move forward. The things that I have seen, and I said, I don't believe that any one of these cannot be accomplished and looked at. And if there are things that come up to the restaurants, the one was the building inspector, the building report. If they have to increase the size of their washroom and they can't physically, or the expenses to do so are so astronomical, it becomes cost prohibitive, they'll end up not participating in this. And it would just not be one of the restaurateurs that would do it. The thing, Councillor Greenfield, about access for the disabled, 100%. And I would think that restaurants who participate in this would want to have every client they can get come to enjoy. On comment, Councillor Urick, about the tourism aspect. I've had people, believe it or not, come out to a machine shop and ask me where they can go for something really nice to eat on the main street. And when they've come back to me and said about enjoying the patio, they really enjoyed it. They thought this was just absolutely something. So for us not to try and keep this in place this year, I think we're going to miss what you've all been saying about the actual doing of it. So recognizing that all staff have signed off on this and making us all aware that there are some real serious issues. I don't want to have it, number one, that we're going to pause this and we're going to stop it, because I think we should continue with this. In the meantime, if members of staff are looking for recommendations as we go through this to have this happen, One of them was talking about the L or TL-1 barriers. I gathered when I read the report, it's about a reflective tape, a reflective light. Well, you could buy that material from an industrial supplier and you can get that on if the barriers themselves are, I take it there's a crash rating or there's something on it. So all of those things taking on their own, making a totality of this presentation from senior staff, I think that we can work through them. And I think that when new deputy mayor said about there needs to be a conversation with the businesses involved, I couldn't agree more. They need to have a conversation about what you're doing, how it's going to be pulled together, the parking spaces that we lose, encroaching upon someone else's bit. I totally agree. So I think there needs to be this conversation, but I will want to see this carry on this year and not pause it. I guess I talked a lot about not pausing it.
Councillor Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. So what I'm hearing around the table is that everybody is in favor of having patios, but of course not at the expense of the businesses that don't have patios. So we need to acknowledge the concerns, and I appreciate the speakers today, and we all acknowledge all of those comments. And I agree that there is a path forward here that doesn't involve pausing the patio program for this year. So I'm on board with all the comments that have been shared around the table so far. Thank you.
Not seeing any other comments just at the moment. I'd like to ask staff to speak to the concerns that you do have about this and why you feel it's essential to pause the program in 25.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner, and through you. Where this all presented itself was much to what Councillor Greenfield was talking about, was one of our advisory committee meetings, which was accessibility. And a number of folks who presented, who were a part of the conversation, talked immensely about the fact that they would love to partake in some of these patios that are available to them within Meaford, and the fact that they're not able to. From that conversation, I think you now know me a little bit, sparked my question in my head, got speaking with our small business growth liaison. That's how the conversation started, was around the accessibility piece. Well, as staff then began to dig into it, started to pull in from other divisions, because as you can imagine, it's multifaceted. It touches on many different places. One of those spaces is health and safety of the community, of the people who are sitting at those tables, understanding whether or not we're meeting the crash criteria, just looking at all of those pieces. And it raised some bona fide concerns within our staff to say, we have a concern about this. We need to bring an information report to council to say, this is what our concerns are, and here are some of our recommendations to help alleviate some of those concerns. Again, I come back to, when we talked about budget and we talked about just a couple meetings ago, and we talked about putting a number on safety. You can't put a number on safety. And that's really what we're talking about is, are we doing what's in the best interest of the community members, of the people who are coming to visit our community? Are we meeting all of those standards? Those are my two big ones. And I can't unsee the safety stuff that now I know about. Neither can anybody here at this table, which then in turn raises our risk and our liability in case of an issue. So again, this was a report that was brought to council as an information report, but appreciating what Councillor Bell has seen with the 8 different divisions that were willing to put their titles to that. That was the concern, and that was all we were bringing forward. We equally want to see Meaford grow. That's in the best interest of the whole community. We just want to make sure we're doing it safely and that everybody has the same rights and accessibilities to the restaurants, to the businesses that we have within Meaford and its boundaries. That was simply where it was coming from. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you ready to vote on the first recommendation? Any more discussion or Councillor Bell?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, senior staff have made a recommendation to pause. If council moves forward not to accept that, we render ourselves even worse should there be an incident. Because this came to council and we have knowledge of what was suggested. Do we hurt ourselves even more, or is that a lawyer question?
Through you, Mayor Kentner, to Councillor Bell, I would say yes, it's a lawyer question. We've brought our concerns forward to you. That's why the report is here. But it is ultimately your choice which way you want to go.
Can I ask, does anybody, and maybe Jessica, you can help us, what we're currently using TL1 barriers, yes. Or what it says, get quotes for replacing current barriers, yeah, with TL1. So tell us the current barriers we're using now and how are they different from the TL1 barriers, and in particular, the cost of replacing.
Through the chair, I'm going to be completely transparent, and I wasn't part of this report creation, so off the top of my head, I honestly couldn't tell you. But it's if it's a question that we can take back and get the answer, I feel like that's the best thing to do.
Okay. Councillor Yuri.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Sarah. And none of us don't want it to be safe, obviously. And we want protect specifically first AODA compliant, absolutely, and we want it to be safe. So again, when I came back up here in 2018, what my kind of principle and became chamber president, what I used as the classic example was Port Credit. Port Credit has this phenomenal whole patio system right on the street. And they encompass two different ways of doing it. They have the patios right up against the buildings, and then they build a walkway out on the street. And they have actual abutments that come out in restaurants that can't do that because it doesn't work from the sidewalk perspective. What I found interesting is that's Highway 2. Lakeshore Road is Highway 2, which is much busier than our highway ever will be. And that fence that goes around it has no cement barriers. It's just a wooden fence. So that's Highway 2, Lakeshore Road down in the GTA. How are we any different? To me, the Jersey barriers are actually safer than this thing. If a car ever went through that fence, it would actually nothing to stop it. Our Jersey barriers are much more stringent to block it. We actually have cars that park down the street. My mother, I remember being as a child when a child ran out and luckily ran into the side of our car. We didn't hit the child, but the child ran out and hit the car. Whether there's cars parked there or whether it's Jersey barriers, you can't do everything 100% of the time to protect people. If there are cars parked there, they can still run out and get hit, and there's nothing you can do about that. People crosswalk there, as was pointed out, and that's probably not a good thing. If they get hit, that's jaywalking, that's on them, that's not our responsibility. Legally, that's that they didn't cross at a crosswalk or a stop sign or a red or a light, so that's more on them. So my concerns with this, again, are we doing something that's unique, or are we doing something that falls within the scope of normal circumstance throughout the province? Because Port Credit has been doing this for 15 years, much prior to COVID. And they don't seem to be as stringent as what we're trying to achieve.
Oh, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to ask for some clarification, if I may, in relation to the accessibility side of things, Sarah. So I just want to be clear in my mind. So the process then to get the approval to build a patio, that's a building permit and everything that goes with that. So is that what identifies then the requirements for accessibility? Because my thinking is for a patio, whichever restaurant is responsible for that, that's going to fall under their insurance and their liability. When do we come into this in terms of being responsible for the accessibility of a restaurant patio?
Thank you, and through you, Deputy Mayor Keaveney. I think there was some gray that came around this when we're talking about AODA implementation. It was set to be in place and standardized business models were to be in place by January 1st, 2025. Well, the government quickly understood that they couldn't meet that standard, and so that has moved to 2028. That doesn't stop the ability of our municipality knows that 2028, we're going to have to become accessible. We are just identifying in a report that what we're doing right now would be deemed not compliant with accessibility if it were in place as it was supposed to be January 1st, 2025. We can't, and again, you know what, I would have to take that back and understand what our involvement will be from that end. We talked about if it had gone into place on January 1st, 2025, and what we would be doing as a municipality, and that would be more from an education perspective. We're not doing accessibility for the businesses. The businesses, the whole point is to become compliant through education and understanding to get your business compliant with accessibility. So I don't know if I'm really answering your question on that one because it is gray because the goalposts moved. We're just letting council know that right now as it sits, it would be under the government outline non-compliant. How that's going to be enforced through the government, through the upper tier governments, I'm not sure. I would have to do more research. But again, this report was brought to council to make you aware to maybe ask some of these questions and then deem whether or not the program should go under a full review and direct staff to be looking at answers to exactly all of these questions. And so the pause recommendation on that piece was to ensure we were doing our due diligence from a safety perspective, that as we are trying to get to these end results in compliance from AODA, but also from safety, that we weren't doing it with the thought that there could be potential, if there was a potential issue, that we would be on the hot seat. That's where I'm going with that. Thank you.
Is there any other aspect of the reasons why staff wanted to pause this that you want to bring up or tell us about? Because it's important before we vote that we hear everything that's on your mind.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a lot of thoughts about this because I did work a lot on, not the report specifically. I mean, we all worked on the report together, but I did spend a lot of time looking and researching nearby municipalities in our area, ones far away. I didn't look at Port Credit. I'm looking at it right now. I could be looking at the wrong spot. And what we noticed was what we're doing probably isn't best practice. And we wanted to figure out a way that we could, yes, put together both the interests of the business who are using patios and the municipal interests, and also the interests of those businesses who aren't benefiting from the patios right now, who feel that they're having a harder time operating. And what we noticed was there's a number of different factors in other municipalities. First off, what we will agree with is that many municipalities that have patio programs only allow the patio to be in front of the business on the sidewalk, and then the sidewalk is diverted around the patio. So and that's what I'm seeing in Port Credit's situation. So if you look at that, what it would be, and I believe Aurelia's patios program looks like this as well. So what that would mean is there's a temporary patio brought in that would be right in front of the business on the sidewalk. So the staff would come out, serve customers where they will not have to cross any kind of path of travel that the public uses, that would be diverted and go around the patio. So you've got kind of a walkway going around the patio that would look like it goes into where the parking spaces are, right? And that's all got barriers around it. When I look at the Port Credit example, it's very similar to what Midland is doing, or Aurelia is doing. And when we compared that, and we're thinking in Midland's case or in Collingwood's case or Owen Sound, what is the difference? Because yes, they're not using these T1 barriers necessarily, but those situations where a path of travel has been diverted, so pedestrians are now walking out into this parking spaces with some wood or something, a fence type thing. Those people are walking and looking at traffic. So they're actually aware of where the traffic is. So if something was going on, they could see it because they're walking both directions. That's a lot different than someone sitting down eating. They have no idea what's going on behind them if a truck is coming or something like that. The other issue, therefore, is also the fairness of how big these patios are compared to the surrounding area. Are they taking up 4 parking spaces or 3 parking spaces, and also impacting the visibility of a business? In these cases, the ones that we looked at, they're not. And that's because they're just in front of that business. But we recognize that's a completely different situation to what we're doing. And also, if you have a very small storefront, would limit your ability to take part in this. And that's one of the reasons why we wanted to pause and kind of take a look even deeper to see if there's a way to facilitate some kind of middle ground here. The ones where they are in the path of travel, and I'm going to give the example of the city of Owen Sounds, that street is very different because it doesn't accept the level of traffic and the amount of trucks and things like that. You think of 2nd Avenue, that where they've got I'm thinking of a couple of the, longer patios. There's they don't have those big barriers either, but they also have bump outs for the way that they've done the parking spaces. So that makes you go slower generally. And Port Credits does that too. So they've got some bump outs with curbing, and then tucked in there are some parking spaces. And then if you've taken up a parking space with a patio, those bump outs have already kind of created a tighter situation where people are not whipping up and down. That's a lot different than our scenario. So looking at all those different examples, we couldn't see any examples that are quite like Meaford's. And we couldn't find any examples where people were not accessible. All of the patios we reviewed were accessible. That means that the platforms that they were on were completely flush with the curb. So you would not see a step, which is what we've seen in some of the patios in Meaford that have been installed. So you're walking down the street and all of a sudden there's a decking that you have to navigate. So in the dark, you might trip on that. That shouldn't happen. It should be flush. So we were trying to figure out what needs to change. And we recognize that is going to impact people who've already built patios. But unfortunately, the needs of the many are more important than that one particular deck. It has to conform to accessibility. Those rules were already in our patio program. Our patio program itself already lays out that they have to be flush and all of that. But for some reason, the administration hasn't been ideal. The timing hasn't been ideal. We want to figure out a better way to do the program. So that was why we were looking to pause. And I think to Sarah's point about where all this came from, it did come from accessibility, but it came from other places too. And it was interesting that once this was put on the table to discuss at management, there was a lot of factors where a lot of other divisions had said, actually, we were going to recommend changes. And the fact that we were able to sit together and hash it all out was really, really useful because that's why there's so many names on this report. We think there's merit in patio programs, but we're just really concerned about the safety, the fairness, and all of these other aspects. But looking at other municipalities is really where we started with this. How can we do what others are doing and do it for us? And unfortunately, they're not quite doing what we're doing. So they're either a different situation because they're not as busy, or they have a narrower road, or they've diverted folks around for their pedestrian and their travel, and probably don't have cyclists racing down on the road either. They don't necessarily have staff crossing the path of travel to serve food, which I know has been a real challenge in some of them. So I think that's really all I want to add. I just wanted you to be aware of the amount of research that we did do. We looked at a lot. I've actually took a bunch of pictures from School Street View, and I sit on patios too when I'm traveling. So I've been on a few, and I can say that there's a variety of methods, but I have never seen any that aren't accessible. I think we have to do a better job of making sure that all of our community can participate in using some of these businesses. And I know it's been something I've seen complained about quite a bit, that we're not meeting that, and I want to make sure that we can at least answer to that, if that makes sense.
So can I ask the question, is it necessary to pause the program in 2025 in order to achieve all the things you want to achieve in 2026?
I don't think through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure I'm the best person to answer that, but I'm not sure how we facilitate all of the things that are required without a pause. I think that was why we laid that on the table, and we wanted you to be aware of the four, I think it's 4 issues. And if you want to flesh those out further to determine how you want to address them, that's another question. I think whether we're using these new barriers, I think the barriers are explained in the report itself about why those are suggested, and it's specific to what we are doing here. It's not because we're trying to be above and beyond, and those were recommended through the research that was done and provided from us from Fleet Services, from Transportation Fleet Services.
I don't see the answer to my question. Is it not possible to continue with the program this year and address the attention you want to between now and the 2026 year, and start with with new patios and a new system in 2026?
So if I can ask for a clarification, Mr. Mayor, are you suggesting that there's no change to the program and it's business as usual with the program as it stands?
I would say that I would be all in favor of, just speaking for myself, to make all the changes we possibly can to improve the program for 2025, including seeding it with some money if necessary, because I thought I saw in there a figure of $35,000. And I'm not sure whether that was for the preferred barrier, but $35,000 is not a lot of money for the municipality when you look at the cost to the restaurateurs of not having a patio season in 2025.
So, Mr. Mayor, to your question, I believe it was between $50,000 and $75,000 for the barrier. So if council's not directing us to look into the barriers further, and that's for 2026, and we're, separating out those items, then what I think we might need is direction on the other items.
I'm going to thank you for indulging me. Other people have questions. I'll start with Councillor Forder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. And this is very good information. So my comments with regard to the barriers is that the TL1 barriers are considered best practice, but they're not mandated by any legislation. Is that correct? And if we already have these barriers, we can use them instead of spending. I mean, you can buy TL1 barriers on Uline and they're like $1,000 a barrier. So that probably explains why $50,000 to $70,000 for these barriers. If we're able to upgrade the current barriers we have to make them more visible, whatever we need to do, we already have that. And of course, I'm not an expert in this, but just some preliminary research just suggests that TL1 barriers are considered best practice or recommendation, but they are not mandated by any legislation. So I just wanted to put that out just for consideration. But my hope is that we're able to continue doing patios this year and still find ways that we can make the patios accessible and safe, and still keep them going. So that's the challenge that we're facing right now. I'll let anybody else jump in. Thank you.
Just a second. Jessica, did you have a response there?
Through the chair, yes. So My thoughts on not being legislated. I think the concern is that it's not book 7 approved. So like it might not necessarily be legislation per se, but the Ontario Traffic Manual does dictate how we are to deal with traffic, I guess is the Coles Notes version of what it is. And it does tell you when you should use certain things. It does say a lot of it is based on, I think it was mentioned, like crash resistance and volume of traffic and type of traffic. So like a highway, as an example, we've mentioned trucks, trail traffic, that doesn't exist elsewhere. So all of those things kind of go in and equal what the requirements would be for traffic barricades under the OTM. So to say that it isn't legislated, I would maybe argue that there is some desire to make it or follow book 7. That's how we do our work. Like everything we do is mandated by that. So it'd be a little not appropriate, I would say, to just slap some reflective tape or whatever it is on it. Like the outline is given for a reason, and it's really in order to serve the purpose based on the situation. Hopefully that helps. Sorry.
I think Councillor Yuri had his hand up a minute ago, and then I'll go to you, Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And again, splitting hairs, but to the point of, and you're right, we want to be as safe as humanly possible. Denise talked about the walkways around Port Credit. Well, somebody who's walked those for many, many years. If I'm walking west to east, I have my back to traffic, and if a car came through that fence, it wouldn't make any difference. So I'm not going to use the argument that that's any safer if a car goes awry, because it's not a barrier there. It is strictly a wooden fence, and it's going to go through that. And I can tell you that Highway 2 is much, much busier than our highway. So I'm a little concerned about saying that it's just because they're sitting up there and they're not sitting there. So I want it to be as safe as possible. If it comes down right now to putting some kind of strips on the existing Jersey barriers, I think that would at least be a starting point to do it. The other thing that came into the AODA, as I found it, so Denise, I had a question was, so when you said that people, so was the AODA, the problem was accessing Leakey's patio because you could trip over the step getting onto their patio, or did it actually butt out that it was a danger walking down the sidewalk that you could trip over it?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I can't recall specifically Leakey's patio right now. I'm not gonna, I feel bad about clicking and looking everything up on the fly, but I can tell you that when we looked at the ones that existed last year, one of the issues, and previous years as well, one of the issues is they weren't all accessible. So some of them decided to build, here's the sidewalk. They've built theirs like this. So there's a step, which was never supposed to be allowed.
Right.
But what was happening is some of the patios were just installed, and sort of after the fact, we're expected to kind of like, what are we going to do? Staff aren't going to tell them, get that out of there. It's wrong. You know, we're trying our best to kind of be reasonable. So I think what my suggestion would be is that people submit their design for approval before building it. But I would say that that was the #1 issue. And we had one of the patios actually projected over the sidewalk and created a platform. And I think you'll probably remember this one if you've ever been downtown last year, which I know you all have, but it projected out into the sidewalk with a platform.
Right.
So it wasn't just a continuation of the sidewalk with a platform, which was what we've got in the patio program itself that you're required to do. They created another kind of platform on top of the sidewalk that extended out. So then it wasn't even part of necessarily where people were seating. It was just how it was structured. Then what happens is folks are walking down the street. It's not a clear path of travel either. So there's the two issues. So one issue is accessing the patio itself for people with mobility issues. Can they actually make that step? It shouldn't be a step. And then the second is making sure that it's just a flat surface so that we don't have any tripping hazards or any other accessibility issues encroaching along the sidewalk.
100%. I agree 100% that if it was an encroachment for literally sidewalk traffic, then that's going to be a real problem. I find it ironic that the Leaky Canoe, if they actually had a 6-inch step, they had a 4-inch step that actually was a barrier to getting onto their patio. Those people couldn't get into their shop anyway because they actually have one of the old, how high is your actual front step? Yeah, it's too high. So it's very ironic that we're saying you can't go up 3 inches to get into a patio, but you could try and get inside their actual restaurant that's been there for 100 years. That is actually too high compliant. Not that I'm saying that that makes it right and we shouldn't try and achieve that, but I'm saying this year, I want to accommodate the fact that we're trying to do what we can to make the businesses succeed, and that moving forward, give them the appropriate time, probably 2026, to try and fix that AODA wrinkle so that it does meet the standard that's required.
Going on to Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, just a suggestion, if it might offer a solution to keeping the 2025 patio season open. I wonder if staff could sit down very soonish and have a conversation with the business owners, particularly the restaurant business owners. From what I've heard in past accessibility committees, and I've heard it quite a number of times, there are two major problems. One is the distance between the patio and the front step or the front of the building is too narrow. I think 1.8 meters is the proposed distance, and some of them are only a little over 1 meter. That's one problem. They just don't have enough width on the sidewalk that is left to travel on. And the other one is we'd love to get up on that deck, but it doesn't matter how much we soup up our battery powered wheelchairs, they won't jump up over that step. So it's not accessible. So why couldn't there be a ramp? Now, it may not be AODA standards, but a ramp of some kind is better than no ramp at all. So those are the two objections they have. And I'm not trying to oversimplify the wooden deck situation, but you can do a lot of alterations to a wooden structure with a skill saw. And as I say, maybe if we sat down and talk to the restaurant people, maybe there's some way, without costing them a huge amount of time and money, that these decks could be ordered before the 2025 season. I just don't. If there's any way of working accessibility in with an open season, then I think we should try the utmost to do that.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm in agreement with the last two comments. I see this as kind of a two-step process, that we try to find a temporary solution for this summer and then work towards a definitive accessibility requirement for 2026. And I almost wonder even about portable ramps. I've been places where, a ramp is portable and it's brought out if needed. And then when it's not needed, it's put back inside the building. Just not ideal by any means, but as an offer of some solution for this year, maybe that could be considered, because again, in my mind, we have another new restaurant that's just opened, which is going to have an upper and a street level patio. And it would seem very unfair to me, recognizing that that's not municipal, we have nothing to do with that. But the point is, they're going to have busy patios. And then we say to our existing restaurants who are already trying to compete that, that they can't have patios. That's just not fair in my mind. So I think We approach the restaurateurs involved and suggest to them that this is coming in 2026. Figure out how to make your patio accessible. And if you can come up with a temporary solution this year, that's even better. Because we recognize that, you know, even for the washrooms, as was just described, they're not accessible at all, and we can't do anything about that at this point in time. But, you know, if we can keep the patios going and find a temporary solution, I'd be all for that.
Any more comments on this side of the horseshoe? Are you ready to vote on the motion? It's the first part of the motion that Committee of the Whole recommend that Municipality of Meaford direct staff to pause the outdoor patio program for 2025 to provide an opportunity to review the program and pricing before 2026 budget for council consideration. All in favor? All against? And that is a unanimous turn down of the first part of this recommendation. We have two other parts to this. And I think my general understanding is that we'll probably approve this, but I think it's worthwhile that we see everything that's in this and have some discussion about whether this is the approach that we need to take going forward. So the second point is direct staff to get quotes for replacing current barriers with TL1 barriers, safety barriers for the 2026 budget. And then the next part is direct staff to review the application, rules and regulations to align with building code and the Accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act. And those two are the other two components. Do you wish to separate them as we did 1 and 2, or do you wish to vote on those two together? Okay. Is there some discussion? Because we've had a fair bit of discussion about these points. I'll start with you, Tony.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So I'm not opposed to having staff getting costing on these TL-1. I mean, just going out and they're going to get some quotes. To enhance this year, from my experience, you want to make it more visible for traffic with a reflective band. Get a thin piece of aluminum, and then you get the adhesive type, and then you put 2 holes, and we're going to spend some money, but we're not going to be spending what probably the new ones will be worth. But we're going to have to send it out for tender for someone to do, or maybe our staff. We can enhance that. I think we've had that comment. So the other one about the rules and regulations, I think that at this time, leave it to the senior staff to depend which person or persons would do this. But I think that there should be some degree of assigned code of conduct, as it were, I'm not going to encroach in your parking space, and you sign your name, or I'm going to do this and make the attempt to do something. And I think that we could take some baby steps towards this year. And I think that both those for and those against have heard council talk on this, that I think that there just needs to be a better coming together. And with what one member of our senior staff said about how it started with the accessibility, again, I think there are things that can be done right now this year to make an improvement. Even aluminum diamond checker plate, non-slip, very thin, and you can get from one to the other. I think, and again, the restaurateurs, they would spend that money to do that and to make things better. I don't believe inherently that the folks that want to do this want to create a problem for themselves. I think they would like to see things done to enhance their business. So I think that there needs to be maybe a direction is required from council to staff, that there needs to be, it's put here, item number 3, rules and regulations. I'd like it to say this, an enhancement of conduct for this year, what the expectations are. So maybe senior staff or someone can say, what they would think about that. It's not as deep as what this would be, but it's certainly making some changes for doing it this year.
Would somebody like to respond to Councillor Bell's comment there?
I keep jumping in. I feel like I'm butting in, Mr. Mayor, but I do want to just note that we do have existing rules and regulations. Unfortunately, we don't have them in front of council to look at. They do require that patios located on municipal sidewalks shall be located directly on the sidewalk. Platforms will not be permitted. Platforms shall be designed to form one surface from the sidewalk to the curb for barrier-free access. When this was created, it also, so this is called Schedule A to the program. It's been in place for some time. And then there's a signature page for the encroachment where the user acknowledges that their patio conforms to these rules. So I think what we're saying is we don't believe they all do currently conform. And so I think the direction that we might need today is to know whether are we amending this, are we enforcing this? Because I don't think any of us want to go away and hear, well, we're just doing the program still, but we'll fix things next year. And then maybe push back a little bit that people need to conform because there's all new staff working on the program this year. We have to acknowledge that too. And then this kind of blows up a little bit. I really want to make sure that everyone understands what's required. So if it's the ability of, say, one of the restaurants that was already doing it, they don't have to change anything. And some of them may be doing that. And then some of the other ones that could maybe adjust what they're doing to meet this. I think they'd be able to operate and they'd be able to meet AODA at least. And that would be at least that piece. We could check that box that AODA is compliant, no issue there, and make sure they're set back enough that there's a path of travel, appropriate signage and different structures aren't in the way. But if we're just saying, well, we know they built them already for this year, we're not doing anything. I think that's where we just need direction to know whether or not we're following our Schedule B.
So why didn't the report tell us that the existing structures are non-conforming? It's the first I've heard of it.
So, sorry, Mr. Mayor, I think it does say that in there, that there was accessibility concerns. But I realized that I wrote that this, I'm only added to the report. I didn't actually author the whole report.
Okay, and I think we all ran out of time to, digest everything. Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. Denise, basically you said the rules say the patio has to be on the sidewalk and the restaurateur has to build a temporary sidewalk out on the road. Is that correct?
Sorry through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor's question. So no, it doesn't say that. It just says that a platform for right now we're allowing people to build it in the parking spot, but it can't extend out as a platform over the sidewalk and then create that step. I think that's where the issue has kind of come up. One of the biggest issues of some of the non-accessible platforms that we've seen. Some people have made their platform over the years meet the curb. So they've made a little platform, then the curb is there and it just continues on. And we've even seen, to be honest, we looked back through some of the ones in Google Street View from previous years and some conformed before and conform less now. So I think what we just need direction to know whether or not that we're enforcing what we have and making sure that those folks maybe adjust what they're doing, or whether we're just going to continue on with what we did maybe last year. And that's something that we're doing for 2026.
Deputy Mayor, and then I'll go around.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate that, Denise. And so if what I'm suggesting isn't possible, I'll understand, but I'm thinking we're only really dealing here with 4, maybe 5 businesses. Would someone on staff have time to go and talk with each of those business owners? Because I can't remember from last year, which patios were probably conforming and which ones weren't. I just can't visualize that, and we don't have any pictures or anything to really go on. So it's difficult for me to may have a, have a comment on what you're asking because I just can't remember them. But I thought if somebody had time to go out and actually speak to those businesses and find out maybe some of them are, or maybe there's a small alteration that they could make to become, compliant, that, we work towards that and, try to make that happen this year, hopefully. And if it's a major renovation, then, maybe that's a 26. I'm saying just kind of work with the businesses to get where we need to be.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Deputy Mayor's question or comment, I got an affirmative from our small and medium business liaison, so she was nodding, saying she will do that, and if we can defer to her to go reach out. It is something that and it's a great point. It's actually something that we had on the radar before we created the report, is that the method we should do? But because there were so many issues, we decided to bring them all together in the report so that you could have a look at them. But I'm hearing that Jessica is able to do that. So if that's the first suggestion, I think staff do have time to go and speak to the few patios, because we won't know for sure who's interested this year. We know a couple, but it would be that would be the first step.
Councillor Yurick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for that, Denise. And I think that's totally fair, is to go out and just have the conversation and find out what can be done. Because my concern is this is already April 7th. These people are already hiring people. They're already looking to what they're going to do for the summer. If this had happened at the end of last season, I think that would have made perfect sense. And I know all the reasons why that did not happen. We won't go there again. But my concern is what you just said was really telling, is that you said these are all different people now working on this issue. So what we were basically saying is for the past 4 years, the past staff has said, yeah, we're going to let it fly. And now all of a sudden we're a month before they're supposed to open. We're going, oh, by the way, we're changing that. That to me is where we're getting just to be a little unfair. Not that we're not trying to reach regulation, but it's also, if we'd have given them since last September to say, you've got 8 months to get your stuff in gear before next year, that's one thing. The month and a week before, that's a little more stringent. So I have a little bit more sympathy with the businesses in that. And I still hope that through what you said, that they can still make accommodations to try and reach what we want to do. But barring that, that's why I'm saying 2026 is the absolute dead bar for we're going to be moving forward strictly. 25 is, let's see what we can do. And if we can't do it.
Any more comments on this? And I'm going to call the question. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, just one more quick one. So with the communications that Jess will have with the potential patio restaurateurs, will we also be communicating to them that their patios cannot obstruct any other non-patio business? I just maybe that was already discussed and I just missed it, but I just want to make sure that it's clear that the existing patios don't have a negative impact by obstructing the non-patio businesses along the downtown core. I think that is extremely important. That needs to be communicated.
Thank you. And through the mayor, in regards to that, of course, and I think what Denise was saying and where we all would like to have that direction, that clear direction, is that council will ask us we have rules and regulations that we already have in place for the program. We are going to help educate the businesses and help support them to come along to make sure that they're compliant as much as they can be with the program. We'll take a review of the actual program, any changes that are necessary, and we'll provide a report back to council with that.
That would be excellent.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you ready to vote then on the sections 2 and 3? All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. So moving on, sorry.
Yes, my apologies for interrupting. We will just need a motion to extend, which is a vote, because we have gone 3.5 hours.
Oh, yeah, I'm quite aware of that. So the motion is that we extend the length of our meeting to accommodate the rest of this important agenda. All in favor? Thank you. If people wish to have a short recess, we could accommodate that, but I think we've still got a lot to do here, so. Okay. The next recommendation, that Committee of the Whole recommend Council of the Municipality of Meaford, one, approve a grant in the amount of $15,000 at 88 Syke Street in accordance with the Community Improvement Plan. Two, approve loans in the amount of $35,000 at 88 Syke Street in accordance with the Community Improvement Plan. And three, authorize the treasurer to transfer $15,000 from the Community Improvement Plan reserve funds reserve to fund this award. I need a mover and a seconder for that. Councillor Forder and Councillor Bartley. Discussion on this item. Does, go ahead, Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. I have a few questions on this. One, we supply up to 50% in a grant program, up to a maximum of 7,500. I don't see any figures on how much these people are spending, and is this up to 50%? It doesn't say it. We're actually given 2 grants to this person. Is that correct? Well, it states on page 13 of 46 pages that subsequent grants for the same property may be issued under this program, though not within the period of 5 years of the prior grant approval. So it basically, you can't give 2 grants at the same time, can you? But they don't have any figures in here on how much they're spending to get up to 50%. I don't understand that. They usually have a printout, we're going to spend $182,000 and we're applying for 7,500. Am I wrong on this?
Through you, Mayor Kentner, to Councillor Bartley. No, they are spending, 72,000. And there are 2 grants. They're looking for the maximum grants and they're looking for the maximum loan. So the 2 amounts that would go through grants would be the 15,000. Now, this particular application, to give you a little bit of history on it, was brought to you in May of 2024, and it only made it through Committee of a Whole. And at that time, you did approve this particular application, but it did not come back to council. So then they've reapplied because we've told them they have to go through the whole process again. And that's why we're here now, and they've applied for a loan as well as a grant this time.
So did we stop it in May of 24 or they stopped it?
We just didn't get it put back on the agenda the next council meeting.
But again, they are applying for 2 at the same time, which is against the rules.
No, the grants themselves, you can apply for several grants at the same time. So for example, if you thought back to last year when we did a couple of the other CIPs, they had applied for several different things and we approved all of the different grants that they had asked for at that time. Not this particular application, but another one. So the grants themselves, I think you're okay.
Yeah, I'm just reading it. Like I said, subsequent grants for the same property may be issued under the program, though not within the period of 5 years.
So that's as if, so for example, and this one, that's why I brought up that had applied in last year, because this is considered basically a new grant, but they can't come back, say 2 years from now and apply to have another CIP loan or grant because it has to be 5 years later.
That does help, but the costing on what they're spending isn't in the thing, and
I apologize for
so
that.
I would hate to give them 15,000 and that's all they're spending. They get 100% of it covered.
It came in at 72 and that was the lower amount, I believe.
Okay, and just one more comment on the whole CIP program. I was hoping we were going to rewrite it because it is so encompassing. You can get you can get money through the CIP to build affordable housing, tourism destination, farm fencing, agricultural buildings, roofs, 100% of applicable DC charges, tax relief. There's a lot in this that you can get money for. And and tell me if I'm wrong, because you usually do, I thought the CIP program was just for facades downtown or facades in businesses to pretty up the municipality.
So a little history on the CIPs. There was one that was from 2016, and then it was modified again in 2022. And you'll recall last meeting, we asked to put a pause on it. The only reason that some of these are coming through now are these were already in our files, and we did not want to pause the ones that we'd already received. So anything, I think there's 3, and there's a couple that we are questioning a little bit harder. But we are pausing it, and we're hoping to have something back to you July-ish that would rewrite the CIP program.
That's what I was looking for. If this was a pre one, I'm okay with that. Because if it's going to stay the same, I have a lot of neighbors want to apply for solar panels. If it's going to stay in there, they're going to apply, and I don't think it should be there.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just wanted to ask about the heritage aspect of this, and the description here doesn't really say if they're just doing work on the main level or, you know, the upper exterior as well, because my concern is the brick, because we know with heritage brick, as Councillor Greenfield will attest to, if, you know, if they go in and sandblast it or do anything like that, that's going to destroy the integrity of the brick. So I know the lower part is stone, and don't know what they're doing with that, but I just want to make sure that if is any work on the brick, that we're conscious of the heritage nature of that, then we make sure that it is done correctly.
Denise can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that this one has a heritage permit with it and has already gone through the Heritage Advisory Committee.
I'm gonna jump in because I'm trying to think of what I'm going to tell you on the fly. So through you, Mr. Mayor, they have a heritage permit. It's my understanding they're not planning to sandblast the brick or anything like that. However, technically that's not against the plan because we don't have the ability to tell them they can't right now the way that it's written. However, my understanding is the permit that we've given is more for the lower story doing the work, and it was at more than one meeting to kind of provide feedback and make it a little bit more in keeping with the direction that the Heritage Committee wanted to recommend that they go. So if that helps make it a little bit easier to understand what they're proposing, it was more on the lower level that they're proposing making changes.
I think, as I recall, that the objective was to preserve the configuration of the central door, which is recessed from the windows. And that's a feature that is quite unique, and there aren't many left. And Meaford has one there, and the objective was to make sure that it didn't disappear in the renos. I guess a supplementary.
Yeah, just a quick supplementary, Mr. Mayor. I'm wondering in future if there's a heritage permit, provided that the heritage comments be appended to a report of this nature.
Will do.
Councillor Greenfield?
Thanks, Your Worship. I'll give an inexperienced view of the brickwork. There are about a half a dozen bricks to the left above the door that should be replaced, and there's a bit of a step joint to the right above the windows, which should be cleaned out and repainted. The brickwork in this building, I think, is amazing. Amazing good shape. The biggest problem might be if they do replace a few bricks, is finding a color match because they're kind of a sand colored brick. It's a great facade. However, aside from the bricks, and I beat this horse quite a few times today, but I'm gonna do it again. This door, it's recessed quite a ways off the sidewalk. So the fact that they're gonna replace the door, I think that's great. Hopefully there'll be a button, to open it. But from the sidewalk to the door, there's about a 5-inch step. As far as I'm concerned, I'm not gonna vote in favor of anything that in the future does not include an accessibility ramp to a front door. And being the generous type of person I am, I'd suggest cutting out that existing step. It's gonna cost money. I know what kind of a brutal job it is cutting out concrete. It's not fun. But I would suggest now is the time to fix this. And as I said, being a generous person, I put an extra $5,000 in this, either the loan or the grant to have that done. We have to start we have to start influencing our downtown businesses to get on this accessibility bandwagon. And to me, this is an excellent opportunity to make sure that that front door is accessible. It's my suggestion.
Thank you for that. You'd have to bring a motion in, and I know exactly how some people would vote on it.
I'll make, I guess, an amendment, that's part of the, becomes part of the motion. Let's add it to it.
And does that include upgrading the loan or or one of the grants?
The approach to the door. They already have the door in there to be replaced, but this is to get to the front door.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Okay, thank you. And did you wish to speak to it?
So having said that, would we not have to approach the person and see if they're willing to do this, or are we forcing them to do it?
No, I think we should throw this out to them. Would you consider doing this? I'd like to be able to enforce it, but I don't think we can. In the name of fairness, let's give them this opportunity.
And I would put it on the loan versus the grant.
Okay, that's good. Any more discussion on this amendment to the motion? Deputy Mayor?
Mr. Mayor, so for clarity, we're suggesting adding another $5,000. Is that part of what you're saying, Councillor Greenfield? That's a bit of a precedent. I'm not sure.
I threw that out. It likely seems like a lot of money to do this work, but I don't think we'd be far off. I guess we could say, could ask to get an estimate from our building inspector of how much, but that means another step in this. I'd stick with the 5,000.
And I think we'd better clarify with our treasurer whether in fact this is a doable.
The only thing I'm going to comment on is that we have awarded him the maximum amount he can apply for under the grant currently. So $15,000 was the grant and 35 is the loan. And it is a maximum of $50,000 that we are allowed to provide. So if we're changing his idea, then I think we would have to go back to him and discuss that.
We have
I
the
don't
chair
have
of
a
the
problem
Heritage
with that.
Committee here. Let's ask him for his opinion.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and sorry to interrupt Harley. Accessibility, of course, is a big thing. Many of the businesses along in the downtown core are not accessible. So if we give $5,000 to one, we're going to give $5,000 to all of them. And that's something we have to be very mindful of. They're applying for the maximum amount of money they can get, and it's up to them to make their building accessible. I don't want to start giving thousands of dollars to each business just so they can, my point is that I don't want to start a precedent where we're now giving out $5,000 to every single business that's not fully accessible. I'll just leave it at that.
And if I heard right, by 2028, they will be required to make it accessible anyway. Am I correct? So, okay.
I can pass on the $5,000, and that is taxpayer money. I don't mind keeping that off the bill, but I do ask that we would throw the suggestion out to the developer that hey, it'd be really great if now that you're doing all this work, if you could consider making that first step accessible.
Not exactly sure how we do that, but you may have an idea.
So Margaret's whispering in my ear, so, because we're just trying to make sure we understand the motion and all of that. So just for clarity, I'm just looking back. It looks like council approved the heritage permit, March 2024 for all of the work to be done. So what we're at, or are we now giving a caveat that, well, we've given them approval for the work through that heritage permit, and then they'd have to meet, of course, the Ontario Building Code or whatever, for the work. However, but is it that we're saying we're giving a caveat to the loan that it's only if they do create an accessible entrance? Because I'm not sure if they can create an accessible entrance, because they won't be able to put a ramp in for sure, right? Because they won't have the room. So I'm just want to make sure we understand what we're putting on them. Is this if you do it, then you get this loan? I'm not sure what the motion is. Can we just have a
I
clarification?
don't think that was part of the motion, really.
Because I'm hearing something about it's on the loan, but not on the grant. Is it just a recommendation that they try to be accessible?
I think we could make this award with the recommendation that he's going to have to do something to be compliant with the AODC, and so, you know, by 2028. So he may want to consider that at this time.
So I just want to clarify, it's my understanding that while there is accessibility requirements that are staged in, they've been staged in over several years, right? More than 15 years. Historical buildings may have a different, it depends on what they're doing. So even though they're doing facade work, that doesn't mean that they will be required to go back and fix an accessibility problem that they can. And that would be because in some cases, Heritage Downtown doesn't have room to create ramping because they just don't have the space. So they may always have a little step. It may because they can't meet it. So what I'm wondering is, in some cases, that step can be removed and then it's flat. And in other cases, it can't because it has to do with where we've put the sidewalk in relation to the building. So I'm just not clear whether or not, in this case, regardless of what the act states about timelines of when things have to be compliant, certain things have to be compliant at certain stages. But from my understanding, heritage downtowns or historical buildings or just pre-existing buildings don't have to necessarily meet certain accessibility standards if they're not changing anything. And I know that we're talking about facade work, but that's really just a picture of what the front looks like. I don't think they're intending to change elevations or anything like that. Some of that is required under the building code itself. So we don't actively have to do anything in this forum to make them do it, because the building code, when you do certain amount of retrofitting to your building, you are now subject to the full AODA. But if you're doing certain things like just changing the front door, you may not be. You may be only you only have to do certain versus others. And so because of that, what I'm wondering is, I can't guarantee, I just want to make sure everyone's aware, I can't guarantee that in 2028, this building will have an accessible entrance because it may not be possible based on the elevations of their door versus the sidewalk.
I think basically the motion is going down a rabbit hole. We don't have a lot of control over this, so the best thing might be just call back the motion, but if you wish, it just doesn't sound very practicable to
Your worship, we'll go back to the original motion and deal with it.
Okay, valiant effort, but so I think we're ready to vote on this motion. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you, and that was unanimous. Next is Development Services. I'm sorry it's taken so long for people who've waited to hear this debate. The recommendation is that Committee of the Whole recommend Council of the Municipality of Meaford, well, this is the second last one, approve a grant in the amount of 15,000. Oh, sorry, that's just what we just did. I'm sorry. This is what we're ready to do. That the Committee of the Whole, one, direct staff to continue the development of the short-term accommodation bylaw and program based on the framework outlined in Report Development 2025/10, and two, direct staff to engage a legal review of the draft bylaw with an upset limit of $2,500 to be funded from the Economic Development Reserve prior to Council's consideration. I need a mover and a seconder for this. Deputy Mayor and Councillor Uhrig. Discussion. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll start. And I just, first of all, want to thank staff for this report because this was a strategic priority for council. And we know that you've all worked really hard to get this to us and with the hopes of getting this completed for the May 24th weekend was the original goal. So I just wanted to express that gratitude. But I guess we can either, to use your phrase, Mr. Mayor, go down a rabbit hole with this one, or we can provide staff the opportunity to continue with this. I think the important thing is to engage members of the public again, and in particular, the presentation, the deputation that we heard earlier today, to make sure that that particular group has had opportunity to provide comments as we go forward and build this bylaw. But it's important. We've got some problem STAs in the community, and we have to deal with those. But we've also got a lot of operators who are doing a really superb job of providing accommodation for our visitors, and we want our tourists to come to Meaford, and we want them to explore and enjoy and spend money. So I think we just need to continue with this and to continue having that dialogue, and look forward to an eventual proposed bylaw.
Denise.
I'm butting in again, Mr. Mayor. So if council will indulge, can I do a small presentation on what we've put together?
Happy to do that.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, you've agreed now, and I've said it would be small, and I'm looking at my notes and they're getting longer and longer as we've been taking notes about things that have come up during the presentations, et cetera. So just to let you know, this report is an update report because it's taken us a little bit longer to bring you what you asked for last motion in November. And we just wanted to give you a heads up of where we were going to make it fully transparent, and also get some direction on the request to proceed with a legal review. We know that a lot of SDA bylaws have been challenged and have been contentious, and we want to make sure that we do a really good job so that we've got something that we can stand up and feel confident about. So through a number of reports, council provided direction to staff to undertake a project for short-term accommodations licensing. And I'm fond of calling it regulations, but our manager of municipal enforcement reminds me that we already have regulations for short-term accommodations, and those are within the zoning bylaw itself. So they already regulate and permit some short-term accommodations. And this is just taking those pre-existing permissions, not creating anything new, no new permissions, but just taking those and then licensing them, which is what we're proposing to you at this point, at this juncture. After several reports and community engagement, council was very specific about what council wanted us to bring back in December 11th, 2023. And so I just want to highlight that because in the report, we say 2024, and it was actually in 2023. And council told us, and it's on page 2 of the report, so if you're looking for it, very, very clearly said that you wanted the licensing bylaw to come back. So the next report ideally would have been a licensing bylaw for discussion of council, and it would include on-site parking, availability of an STA site manager to address issues. And some places call that the responsible person. And that's the person that would get called if there were problems, right? So someone that could attend the site. Occupancy limits on how many people can be in that STA. Basic fire safety provisions, infraction reporting mechanisms to operators in their online marketing and rental agencies, and availability of municipal enforcement officers during evenings and weekends to do this work. We were supposed to bring this, and I say we collectively, staff were supposed to bring this forward in 2024 spring, but with staffing challenges and changes, that ended up paused, and you didn't get another report until November. That report provided different options, and it was clear from council's direction at that time that you really wanted us to go back to what the original mandate was to do, which was to bring that licensing bylaw. But you also asked us to bring back a return on investment cost analysis for the licensing program. And we didn't currently bring that return on investing full costing analysis. But that is because when we've done the costing analysis through our research, we feel extremely confident that the program itself would just be revenue neutral. So it would pay for itself, which was the direction council gave us a few months ago. Make sure the program doesn't cost anything to taxpayers. We, as our working group, which included, I don't know, 5 or 6 people that worked really, really hard over the last couple of months, we struck a working group post-holiday and, after the new year, and said, we need to get working on this because council gave us very clear direction that this was a high priority item to get as soon as possible. And we reviewed all of the previous direction, all of the feedback we already had, and tried to put that together. We did an extensive amount of research as directed onto what all the other municipalities in our area are doing, the Township of Tiny, Collingwood, Owen Sound, Town of Blue Mountains, City of London, Georgian Bluffs. We've reviewed all of those and more, and we've had quite a lot of research provided. We just want to make sure that we differentiate this program from the types of other short-term accommodations. This isn't for bed and breakfast. So if someone's living in their home and they're doing a bed and breakfast, regardless of whether they actually serve breakfast, but if they're renting out a bedroom in their pre-existing home where they live, this would be considered a bed and breakfast, and this program wasn't intended to license those. That was our understanding through the direction of council. When we reviewed what other municipalities were doing, we also looked at what types of monitoring programs they're doing. And interestingly enough, there's a number of great monitoring programs where a service will do that 24/7 monitoring for us at a cost, but that cost is very easily recoverable through the licensing fees and would provide a place to phone at any time, gather the feedback, gather information, and log a complaint, which would not mean that we need to hire more staff to do it. It actually is much cheaper than hiring staff who would end up sometimes not doing anything if there weren't complaints. And those services also provide a lot of paperwork to back that up. So they would be able to track the issues that we're getting and also create a report for us to follow up on the next day when bylaw is back in the office. So if bylaw officers are going out on site or doing anything, to log that concern through the licensing program, the demerit point system, et cetera. I know there's a lot of questions that came over the last few days from members of council that just wanted to make sure that their questions, they had a bunch of detailed questions, and I'll get to those as well. There was a big question of why 3 bedrooms? Where did this come from? That came right out of the zoning bylaw we have now. So we're not proposing as staff to opening up our existing official plan or zoning, because that would take us probably another year. And I think what we heard was we want to regulate what we're already allowing. So if someone's allowed to have a a short-term accommodation now, they would then be subject to this licensing program, not in the sense of a different type other than the 3 bedrooms. So what's currently permitted, and I've got it in front of me, are what we call cottage rentals. So if we're differentiating between a bed and breakfast or a hotel, motel, et cetera, which are all short-term accommodations, but not the ones that council wants to regulate. A cottage rental is permitted in the zoning now, and that's how come we have so many, because we do already permit them. It's a permitted use within a single detached dwelling, not in a townhouse, not in an apartment, but in a single detached dwelling, subject to a maximum of 3 bedrooms. And that has been considered to be a maximum of 2 people per bedroom. That's the way that we've reviewed what that 3 bedroom cap doesn't count infants and children. It could occur in an accessory apartment unit. One of the things I failed to fix during our ARU provisions, I didn't take it out of this particular section, but it would be able, if you had a basement apartment, you could do it in a basement apartment within your single detached dwelling. However, you can't do it in a detached accessory building or an attached accessory unit of any kind. So our zoning doesn't permit that now. So if someone is doing that, it probably doesn't conform to the existing zoning. And you can't have it within the main dwelling and within your accessory building, so, or accessory unit. So if you have a house with a basement apartment, for example, you can't rent both of them out for short-term accommodations currently in our zoning. So those were the provisions we had to work with. Maybe it wasn't immediately clear through some of the other reports that we weren't changing the zoning or that we weren't changing the existing permissions, but we weren't given direction by council to open any of that up. And this is consistent with what our official plan policy that council passed in 2022. It limits it to 3 bedrooms. If you want to add any other bedrooms to this, you'd have to go through a zoning amendment based on the official plan policy. It explicitly says that. So that's where the 3 bedroom cap came from. It's because what we already permit. So our thought was having a licensing program onto what we already permit doesn't open up any kind of legal non-conforming issues, because those pre-existing ones, if they didn't conform to this zoning that was in place, they wouldn't be legal non-conforming. They would just be non-conforming. We wanted to lay all this out on the table of the direction we were headed. We were proposing the 2 different scales, and this is to accommodate situations where someone might rent out their main dwelling on a very short term. So maybe they go away for, a couple of weeks a year and want to rent out their existing dwelling. That's a little different than the larger scale scenario of someone has a 3 bedroom cottage on the shore, but they only rent it out as more of a commercial endeavor. So we wanted to create those 2 scales because we've seen that work well for others. And if you're only doing it a very short period of time, maybe you don't have to be at the same licensing level. I did want to go through some clarification on just the way we worded our little summary for you. So under the overview, we've noted that a license would be available for a maximum of 29 consecutive calendar days. And that would be per rental. So if you own a cottage and you want to rent it out for 35 days, that's actually considered a longer term rental. It's not short term anymore, and it ends up being under the Residential Tenancies Act. So you could rent month to a tenant, and that's more of housing versus short-term accommodations. And that's the differentiation. That's consistent with what almost all the other municipalities do. But it didn't mean that you couldn't rent out that dwelling for 365 days. It's just that not to one rental could it be more. So for example, if someone wants to book that cottage for the summer, the whole summer, that's a long-term rental and wouldn't be subject to this. If you want to rent it out for 29 days, it would be subject to licensing, if that makes sense. So some people do rent out our cottage for 4 months when they're not using it in the winter because they're only here in the summer. That's a long-term rental. And that's a very different thing. There'd be no cap, right, the way that we're proposing on the number of licenses. And that was to avoid the situation where we have, maybe council determines that they want to limit it to 200 licenses ever per year. And we have 235 currently existing. There will be some people who are going to be very unhappy that they don't end up getting a license that they've always had, because whether we do it through a lottery or some other method, that will take away their pre-existing rights. They had a legal short-term accommodations, and then if we put a cap, that could open up some real challenges. I don't think with the number that we've seen that we have that many that we need to cap it at this time, so we're not recommending that right now. Back to the two guest rooms per room with a maximum of 3 bedrooms, that's consistent with our current zoning. The way that could play out if someone had a 4-bedroom dwelling that they wanted to rent out is they could just lock off that 4th bedroom and use it if they're staying in it. So if they're here with their family and friends, then they can open that up. The license would be valid for a year based on the date of issuance, and then they would have to renew annually. And the license would be divided into 2 categories, as I mentioned. We were hoping to do sort of a mini version and then the regular version. And I call it regular because a lot of these are more of a commercial, regularly rented out. We've talked about that being for example, if the person was that was their primary residence and they just wanted to rent it out for a couple of weeks, then they would fall into the smaller category. Then we've provided a few things that they would include, and these are very similar to what everyone sees in all of their neighboring municipalities, like the Renters Code of Conduct, the declaration that they're going to follow the rules, making sure that they have, a responsible person and we know who that is so we can contact them, and the demerit point system and parking management plan and the fire safety plan. These were all things that council already asked for that we would make parts of the application process and that they would have to do. What we've developed, we think, is a pretty balanced approach that will meet the needs of both people who are concerned, because there will be a way to have 24/7 coverage for them to log those concerns. So if there was something really loud late at night, there's a place to go to make that call, but it isn't us having to have a bylaw enforcement officer all night, every night, because we can never know when that would happen. It could be long weekends, but it also could be a random time. And because that's what our neighboring municipalities are doing, and they seem to be working with quite good success with those call center type approaches where there's a place to call, we would recommend that probably when we bring the bylaw back to you. I think I wanted to just look at the question and answer, if that makes sense. If I know that 2 members of council did provide some questions ahead, and I was just going to give a heads up. I may have already answered some of those questions, and so we don't have to go over them. So why 29 days? I think I've already answered that. That was one of the first questions I had. It was consistent with what our neighboring municipalities are doing. 30+ days would be considered a longer term rental and not subject to this bylaw. I answered the question about 3 bedrooms, 2 persons per bedroom, because this is currently consistent with our zoning that's in place. And it has been on our website under our FAQs for short-term accommodations for at least 3 years since I've been here, when I created that with our manager of municipal enforcement. We talked about the 2 categories a little bit and why I think it really makes sense for people who are doing this on a very occasional basis, that they're not, if the licensing program ends up being $800 or something, or $500, and you're only doing it for 1 weekend, that does not even make sense for you to get a license. So there would be a lower amount for someone who does it on a more occasional basis. We had questions about the monetary penalties and why we weren't doing that versus the Provincial Offences Act. We don't have administrative monetary penalties program in place, and so we wouldn't be enacting that in this first go. But any types of changes that council might want to initiate, for example, we could initiate a phase 2. So we could try the program this year, and if we determine that an administrative monetary penalties program makes sense, instead of going to the POA example, then we could do that as phase 2. We could include other things in phase 2, like such as changing zoning in the future and things like that. And that would get us the ability to start the program and look at how it's working over the next few months, and then report back to council in kind of an annual report to say, here's the program, here's what's happening. Do you want to change it? Why no cap on licenses? I think I've explained that. A little bit about the demerit points. It'll be similar to other municipalities. We've taken the examples right from other bylaws that people have suggested we use. And we think that we don't need to reinvent the wheel, and there's some really good programs out there that we want to take parts of. And I think the monitoring of the program was a question. I think I've answered it, but we would be looking at programs that are external resources that we would pay for a service. And those services are actually relatively affordable to use. They're working with, I understand, I think we heard like 90, you remember how many municipalities were using some of those programs? Everybody, pretty much. Pretty much all of the municipalities who have them are not using bylaw enforcement officers sitting waiting for calls because it's just too expensive. And then in the off time, they don't have anything to do overnight, but making sure that that overnight coverage is done. Most of them are using a call center type service. That may not mean someone can attend to bring down a hammer right away, but it's logged and a responsible person could be contacted to address the concern. So for example, if something was very loud, the responsible person could attend, even if it was at nighttime. So that service can make that connection for us. So that, I know it was a lot longer than probably you wanted, but I wanted to make sure we covered what we were trying to do. We fully agree. So, with the kinds of questions we've had, the feedback we've got since we tabled this, or since this put the agenda out and the presentation today as well, we agree. I think we're a little disappointed to know that someone thought that we were going to be contacting them and we didn't, because we actually didn't know that we were to work with any community groups. We're happy to meet with them now. I think that probably we're on the same page. I suspect that we are, and we don't want to take away what anybody's current rights are. So if somebody's operating one that's not currently permitted, this won't change that. But if you are operating within the rules that we have, this would just be a license for that. If that makes any, kind of clarifies. We're not trying to open it up to new things that we haven't already permitted, but that could be a phase 2 if council directs us to look at that in a follow-up. But in the interest of time, we wanted to bring this back to you as quickly as possible. It's taken a little longer than we wanted. We were hoping it would be earlier in March, but we've already initiated some contact with our lawyer. Our lawyer that we would be using is someone who's extremely familiar with STA bylaws and has worked on these quite a bit, quite extensively, has a lot of experience. So we feel really confident that she would be able to give us some really good advice on the draft that we've created.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments? Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. So would bylaw be called on this Monday to Friday, 8:30 to 5, and then it switches over, or this other group would be in charge at all times?
So our manager of municipal enforcement is nodding. That's the plan. So I think it'd be for the after hours to make sure that we never have a gap.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to hear. One other question, if I may. Is there going to be a huge penalty for people that do not register? I didn't read that in here, so.
Hello.
Hi, Holly.
Hello, Your Worship, and for you too, Councillor Bartley. Yes, we'd go through the process. There it is. We'd use the Municipal Act or the POA, Provincial Offences Act. There's a fine penalty. It can be up to about $100,000 for that penalty, the max penalty, but that's way we wouldn't do. We would go through the demerit point process. I think that's the objective, is compliance in nature. That's how we run the show here, use the compliance model. We'd go through the demerit point process. If they don't abide by that demerit point process, then we would go the next steps.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you. Through you to Ms. Hines, on the subject of demerit points, do they go hand in hand with a fine, i.e. 2 demerit points, a fine of $200, or 5 demerit points, a fine of $700, or is that like similar to traffic violation finished, or is that how it's set up?
Through you, your mayor, to Councillor Greenfield, it is similar to that. So it's really the demerit point process is to revoke or to slower up the license process is the demerit points. So they will total that up and there'll be a penalty process within that demerit point.
Remember, we want to make this revenue neutral.
That's the goal, 100% cost revenue neutral.
Councillor Euring.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Denise, for that explanation. One thing I heard in there that I really liked, and yeah, maybe it was communication, I don't know, but just the fact that you said now, because this whole thing said direct staff to continue the development of this, as well as direct staff to engage the legal review. I hope we're doing one first before we actually start spending the money so we can hone this completely. But you did say in there that you'd be willing to meet with further public consultation with this group that has also done a lot of research, and it would be, I really feel like we're playing telephone tag and we're in the middle and you tell us something and we tell them and they tell us something and we tell you. It would be really great to get everybody around a table and actually talk about these things and really get it hashed out so that there can be an intelligent conversation without miscommunication. So I think if that is on the table, that would go a long way to hopefully getting to where we all want to be.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question for Holly. How do we enforce the 3 bedrooms? I'm just concerned, is that going to be basically complaint driven if,
Well, right, do you mean now moving forward, through your worship? Right now, what we do in the process, we send a letter because it's the intent to rent. We don't really understand if they're going to rent unless we have the person power, the officer power to inspect. Basically, we get 100% compliance. We ask them to remove the ad in the marketplace to comply with our 3-bedroom person, 3-bedroom per unit, 2-person per bedroom. That's what we request them to do. And that's has gone really well, but it's very difficult to enforce unless you really would like staff to be staking out an Airbnb, and I don't think that's the case for doing that. And we have a few more other things to prioritize our time with. But I think moving forward through the application process, they have to provide a site plan, and then they'll give us that site plan, they'll address it to us, and then we'll also look at their media platform of how they're renting it and to make sure that they comply to what is within the law there.
Councillor Euring.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will come back around because I do have one question. So the 29-day scenario, I find really interesting, only from the context of why SGAs are important. We keep thinking of tourism, and that's great. And yeah, that's again goes back to our prior conversation about this could be a busy year. But even beyond that, because we have limited rental space, so we actually have workers come into town who are on like a 6-week contract to a contractor and need to do something. So how does that get addressed? So they're going to be here longer than 29 days, but they need a place to stay because they're working on a project. So how do we accommodate that and still fall within this context? Because they're not looking to be a year-long renter, but they need a place to live so they can actually do work here.
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Yurik's question. So if I understand correctly, so if, and I think I totally know the scenario you're talking about. So there's two ways that this could play out. So so say myself, I could be not using my home and decide that I'm just going to rent it to someone who's working in the area. Then they don't need a license. That's just housing, even if it's only for 6 weeks. Or a short-term accommodation operator could be contacted by somebody who they have a license, and they're contacted by somebody who is going to be living there for 6 weeks, 2 months, whatever. And that's fine because they have a single detached dwelling. They don't have to use it for short-term accommodations. They can stop at any time. They have their 1-year license. If they want to decide to give it out, if maybe it's a slow season, they think, oh, someone wants it for 6 weeks, then they don't have to do anything specific with us. They already have their license. But if there were any concerns and we reviewed it, if we did any feedback on it, for example, if there was a complaint like, hey, that person's still there, or there's nothing wrong with it, but it wouldn't be considered a short-term accommodation. So if there was a demerit point related concern, it wouldn't actually, that would be a long-term renter. Just like if you stopped renting for a period. And lots of short-term accommodation operators determine that, for a year or 6 months, I'm actually going to rent to someone on a longer term because it's a slow period, or I have a friend that wants to use it, or a grown-up child or whatever. And that's fine. They're no longer subject to the regulation part of this license. So, it gets a little confusing, but often people are coming in and out of the program that they're in. They're no longer on Airbnb, or they changed it temporarily, and they can always jump back, and that person moves out and they decide that they're going to go back and rent it night by night or weekend or weekly or whatever it is that their user is interested in. So it will have no effect to the operator. They won't have to change anything. And I would suspect that there's probably many I've seen in my own street that's happened, right? Where people have changed their mind. Oh, this year I'm going to just do it long term.
Councillor Forder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. So I do have two questions. So my first question, so the first understanding is that we have currently in the zoning, it's a maximum of 3 bedrooms. What about the Airbnbs that are currently in operation that have more than 3 bedrooms? Are they currently operating outside of the scope of the zoning and therefore should not even be allowed to operate? Is that what I'm understanding?
Potentially, that's correct. I mean, we don't know when they started operating, if they operated even before that provision was in place for the cottage rental. I can't speak to every specific instance, but if somebody wasn't operating within the zoning at the time when they started operating and they were continuing to do so, then they may not be legal. They may not be in compliance with the zoning. But we wouldn't know that just off the top of, because someone may have had one for years and years, or it may actually be a bed and breakfast and but pre-existed. So there's a bunch of different types of scenarios. In this instance, we're not seeking to change it, but we do recognize there may be people that have a 4-bedroom short-term accommodation that they've had for 15 years or something, and maybe it was pre-existing to what's here now.
Something, yes.
Thank you very much for the clarification for that. Now, is there any reason why we wouldn't consider doing something like Georgian Bluffs has, it's 2 people per bedroom plus 2, and they don't really have a maximum bedroom limit? I'm just not sure. Some of the comments that I've had from a few STR owners in the municipality is that this is fairly restrictive, and I don't have the facts, but I've been told that a fair number of Airbnbs will have to close down if the maximum is 3 bedroom. So if I maybe just get some comment on that and what that looks like. Thank you.
Yeah, and I can understand that. So through you, Mr. Mayor, I think the issue that we have is we can't really license something that doesn't conform to zoning. So that's the issue. So what I'm going to suggest is that we move forward with this phase, which is just what exists now, which is allowed now. And then if there's an interest in council pursuing a zoning amendment, official plan policies, whatever we have to change to allow other types to be operating, that's a bigger issue that would have to be, it's probably going to take 6 months to a year to complete, because we actually have to open up all those policies in the zoning to the public. So not just do outreach on operators, but we'd actually have to have public meetings on that. And that's never been proposed to date. So we got to this point and it was never suggested to me that we were interested in going that direction. And I don't think that was the way that the previous staff had been administering the charter and all of that when it was initially identified. If council's interested in doing that, my suggestion is we could get direction to do that. And we would just want to know, what are you asking us to pause what we're doing and start that, or continue on with this licensing program with that as a phase 2? And we'd be happy to come back with like a timeline of how we could roll out a phase 2 like that. Because I think there's probably a way to do it with, but it wouldn't be in a month or 2 months, because there's just no way to process it that fast.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks, Your Worship. I have one more quick 29 consecutive days question for Denise. Does that mean the house goes 29 days without cleaning? So I'm assuming that's built into the agreement someplace, or just a question,
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to Council Greenfield's question, we wouldn't get involved in the cleaning frequency of the actual license operator, but often they do it you're right, in between folks. But even in a hotel situation, they do sometimes come in while someone's there. So it would be up to them to determine what's the most appropriate way of doing cleaning, linens and all of that stuff. They may do it in between. So I'm not sure how they operate. That's kind of that level that the municipality is not normally involved in, but I suspect they do have contingencies for that.
Councillor Forder.
Thank you again, Mr. Mayor, and through you. My question is with regards to the legal review. So if we adopt this today, that'll go to legal review and then we'll be presented with a draft bylaw. And suspecting that we make some amendments, that will have to go back to legal review again. So would we be doubling down on our legal expenditures to do it that way?
Thank you, Mayor Kentner, through you. So to Councillor Porter's question, I don't suspect that necessarily would have to go through a second legal review. I think it would be the kind of the basis of how the bylaw works and whether there's anything fundamental that we have to be aware of. We can speak with the solicitor about what types of things we can change that don't affect the legality of the bylaw versus others as part of this. Because right now what we're proposing is pretty similar to what everybody else is doing for the most part, but fairly user-friendly for the STA operator. Like we're not suggesting we're only going to do primary residences only, like some places have. We're not talking about that. And so we think it's quite a balance, and it's very similar to what a lot of the municipalities are doing, with the caveat that we had to follow what our own zoning says, which is what they're doing too. So each municipality will have their own zoning bylaw, which will tell them the framework of what's permitted and what's not permitted, and they may differ. So we can't just take what someone else is doing exactly and stick our name on it. We do have to make sure it fits within our existing regulations, but we are following a lot of the same structure, a lot of the same types of things, and we found that the ones that are very user-friendly is kind of the way that we were aiming to go. So there may be some things in there that if, we change a word or two, or the fee, for example, the fee structure could change. Council could determine that the fee structure we propose is not high enough or too high, or needs to be lower for one and higher for the other, or something like that for the two different tiers. And I don't think that would make it, more challengeable from that legal perspective necessarily. But we can ask those types of questions when we have our solicitor do the legal review for us. And I don't think we have to go back for a second, but I don't think it makes sense to go out to the public with, here's our draft. We can't stand behind it. And then we tinker with it even more and then send it for legal review. Because I think if it's significantly different, if it's not going to stand up legally, then there's no point in us even kind of presenting it to you.
We had all the questions. I'm going to call the question then. All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much, staff. Yeah, we're going to actually be breaking before a closed session. So I think we'll just continue and see if we can't finish this meeting up and let those people go. So I'm going to call on Deputy Mayor Keaveney for a report on County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll try to just give you the highlights here. The meeting began with the presentation of an achievement award to OSHARE, and I think everybody's familiar with OSHARE and Owen Sound, and they've done a tremendous job of supporting vulnerable people. They provide 2 meals per day, 7 days a week for anybody in need. They also operate a school lunch program in Owen Sound. In 2024, 375,000 pounds of food was rescued from grocery stores. Those bits of produce that you see at half price, or anything that was almost at their due date. 139,719 meals were served. They have 7 staff and 140 volunteers. So they've recently added a health room, and this space operates every other Friday. Over 200 people can be seen in the 2-hour window that the spot is open, and there's paramedics there and other professionals to help people. Francesca Dobbin from our local United Way surprised our Director of Paramedic Services, Kevin McNabb, with a King Charles III Coronation Medal. Francesca had nominated Kevin for his great work with the SOS service creation. The Business Enterprise Center has launched its annual summer company program. Students between the ages of 15 and 29 can apply for a $3,000 grant to assist them with the launch of their entrepreneurial idea for a summer-based business. Town of the Blue Mountains is one of only 5 communities in Canada to receive funding from the Youth Climate Action Fund. They have $100,000 US to assist students between the ages of 15 and 24. These students can apply for grants of $7,000 to implement their climate change idea. Applications must be in by today, so that's a little bit late for people. Peter Fries from the Municipal Tax Equity Consultants Company delivered a detailed presentation on how taxation rates are established. The province is working towards equalizing the rate for new multi-residential units and existing multi-res. The existing multi-res has been at 1.44 against the new multi-res at 1. So each year we remove a little bit from the existing multi-res. So last year a quarter point was removed, and this year another quarter point. So we're almost there. A new class was also created by the province for aggregate. MPAC, as we know, hasn't completed an assessment since 2016, so we're still waiting for news on that. The next report was from Linda Swanston. She's our manager of climate change initiatives at the county. One of her priority projects is the Future Ready Gray Metrics Development Performance Program, previously known as the Green Development Standards Program. And the goal is to encourage developers to build efficiencies into their projects that will result in hopefully net zero or near net zero builds. The costs assumed to make that a reality are between 3% and 5% higher than average builds. But of course, the energy savings over time will allow people to recover. We next had a final report for OPA 23, Official Plan Amendment number 23. This amendment amends the county's official plan regarding rural designation permitted uses. No large-scale residential developments are permitted in rural areas, as we know, and clarification for rural uses such as agrominiums, cooperatives, and special events were identified. The following report drew a lot of discussion. I've spoken here before about the Urban Roads and Rural Roads Exchange Project. The county is looking to download 3.62 kilometers of road to Meaford with no uploads. And that is the urban sections of Gray Road 7 in front of the school and Gray Road 12, Nelson Street down to Sykes. They're offering us in the current report compensation spread over 10 years of $2,018,412. So I'm not sure that's enough, but that's continued discussion. 50 kilometers of roads will be uploaded and downloaded amongst the lower tiers. The next step is public engagement. So as soon as we know what those dates are, we'll get those posted. And they're hoping to have memorandums of understanding completed by the end of the year. So that's it, Mr. Mayor, unless you wanted to add anything.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The Ensuring Sustainability Advisory Committee, is a report.
Actually, Mr. Mayor, I don't have a report. I gave a report 2 weeks ago, so
Okay.
no report. Thank
Okay,
you.
it's on the agenda here. Accessibility Advisory Committee, Councillor Greenfield.
Yes, thanks, your worship. We did have a meeting. Our accessibility advisory committee is, we need a project. We're, I think at our next committee meeting, we really have to sit down and have a discussion amongst ourselves. just where we're going, what benefit we may be to the municipality. We do have a long-term plan. Now, it's good until 2026, so I think we're just at a point of possible transition, and it'll be interesting to see what we come up with at our next meeting, Your Worship.
And I believe also, Harley, you have a Source Water Protection Committee report?
Yes, thanks, thanks, Your Worship. Let's see, Saugeen Valley, Grey Sauble, North Bruce Peninsula Source Water Protection Committee met last Friday, March 28th. Try to be as brief. We're getting a new well in Chesley, 10 inches in diameter, and that's being tried. And so far everything has worked well. It's pumping an adequate supply of water for the town. Kind of interesting, the town of Blue Mountains is involved in a federal municipal class environmental assessment to construct a new water intake pipe for a brand new water treatment plant in Craigleith. They've checked out 4 possible sites out in Georgian Bay. They're recommending the intake pipe will extend 1,000 meters from the shore. That's kind of interesting. The depths tested so far have been everywhere from 8 meters deep to only 3 meters deep, which I think is kind of interesting too. Over in Teeswater, they've been searching for a new well site now for over a year, have not been able to find a potential site, so they've decided they're going to drill a new well on the same property as the current well. And the only other thing, and it's a bit of a sad note, 2025 marks the 25th anniversary of the Walkerton disaster. That's everything.
Thank you. I need a motion. Oh, is there any other committees that reports? Councillor Yurick.
I almost apologize, Mr. Mayor, but I'm gonna as well exercise a little brevity. So the Grey Sauble Conservation Authority Board met March 26th. Of particular importance were 2 presentations regarding the upcoming GSEA administration building renovations. The first resulted in the board awarding the tender for the work down Hastings Limited for Miller Lake for $2.439 million. The second was a report advising that the total budget for the renovations would end up being approximately $220,000 higher than expected, with a total budget of $3.1 million. The GSEA expects to fund approximately 33% of the reno with $1 million from reserves, and having to borrow the remaining 67%. To that end, the board agreed to a $2.1 million loan from the city of Owen Sound at 4.2% over 15 years. This loan provides a much better rate and term than any of the standard loaning institutions, and was a view to win for both organizations, as GSEA receives favorable terms and provides Owen Sound with a safe, steady, long-term investment. Regarding the renovation, the work on the reno is expected to begin in April, and staff has secured a rental space in Owen Sound. So the board meetings will be held in the Grey County Chambers during the renovations. To facilitate the move, the GSEA office will be closed from April 9th to 11th. And will reopen on April 14th at its temporary location at 901 3rd Avenue East, Suite 215, Owen Sound, above the post office. Staff will operate at this location for approximately a year while renovations are being completed. The only other things I wanted to mention was a big thank you was given to the GSEA staff who have been providing regular flood warnings during the recent spring thaws and rains. Rivers and streams are naturally higher, but is not expected to have much higher water levels than normal, despite the large snowfall this winter. And finally, Harley, as you mentioned, the GSEA board meeting was followed by a Grey Sauble Source Protection Authority meeting. And of note, they will be participating in a project led by Conservation Authority to commemorate the 25 years since the Walkerton contamination event happened. So that's it.
At 5:59, I need a motion to move out of committee of the whole. Councillor Greenfield and Councillor Yurick, all in favor? And now, are there any notices of motion? I'll start with Councillor Bartley. You've been.
Thank you, Mayor Kettner. I'm going to bring a notice of motion forward to ask staff to look into an EA for the Beautiful Joe Park footbridge and ask for an estimate on the bridge or get something started and see if we can go somewhere with this.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Yurick?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and this concerns the Miller Street that we had talked about earlier. So gonna be speaking with staff, asking for a report regarding calming measures at wow, is it late? Edwin and Miller Streets, as well as ongoing, trying to find potential solutions for the erosion issues that are happening at the base of Miller Street by the bridge. Thank you.
And now we have a motion for a decision. Deputy Mayor Keaveney?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And it's short, so I'll just quickly read it through. The recommendation, whereas Canadians are uniting to demonstrate a strong sense of national unity and strength, and whereas our national anthem, O Canada, is a symbol of our national pride and patriotism, therefore be it resolved that council directs staff to play Canada's national anthem at the beginning of each council meeting, included before the reading of the land acknowledgement. I think that's pretty self-explanatory. I don't need to speak further to it, so that's the motion.
You second that. Thank you, Councillor Bell. Any discussion? All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Anything from the communications agenda?
My apologies. I think we've just skipped the adoption of the minutes.
Oh, I did so. I think I'm getting a little bleary-eyed. The recommendation is that Council of the Municipality of Meaford hereby adopt the minutes of the council meetings held on March 17th and March 24th, 2025, and the closed meeting held on February 10, February 14, and February 19, 2025. Also, the special council meetings of March 17th and March 24th. A mover and seconder for that, Councillor Bartley and Councillor Forder. Any errors or omissions in any of those? Okay, all in favor? Thank you. They're adopted. Anything on the communications agenda? Councillor Forder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And through you, I do have, this is, so we can go into the correspondence list. Is that okay if that's part of this?
Sure.
Or are we, okay, I just want to make sure I wasn't getting ahead of myself. So with the correspondence list, I wanted to bring up item number 7, which is the town of Halton Hills regarding the Ontario Deposit Return Program. And Halton Hills passed this resolution in support of the town of Bradford, West Gwillimbury. And so the idea here is to advocate for the expansion of Ontario's deposit return program to include non-alcoholic beverage containers. So I would like to see if I could get council support to support those resolutions. And just to give you some information to back up why this is important to me is that so Ontario's existing alcoholic beverage container system has an impressive 85 to 95% recovery rate compared to only 40 to 60% recovery rate through curbside recycling. So all our blue box recycling, we recycle half the amount of recyclable material compared to the deposit return system. Deposit return programs also reduce beverage container litter by approximately 40%, which of course enhances cleanliness and environmental health, which is very much in line with a municipality that wants to promote itself for its sustainability. Recycling aluminum containers saves 95% of the energy required to produce new ones. And deposit return systems create 4 to 5 times more employment opportunities per ton of materials. So not only would we be supporting a sustainable initiative, it would also be supporting economic development. And less than half of the non-alcoholic beverage containers in Ontario are currently recycled. So this is, in my opinion, this is a fairly urgent need when we look at the amount of microplastics that are entering our everything, our bodies and everything. So anyway, that's where I'll leave it out there without putting too much information out there, but I'd really appreciate to get council support in supporting the Halton Hills resolution for the deposit return program. Thank you.
And we need, if we get a seconder, we can pass a resolution seconded by Councillor Urick. Any discussion? Councillor Dwell?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you to my co-chair on the Sustainability Committee. I think it would be well of myself being the chair if I fully supported my fellow councillor with all of the things that we do talk about. So I'll definitely vote in favor of this.
All the, or sorry, but you wish to speak or you
Wish to speak?
please?
Thank you, Mayor Kentner, and I go along with you, just so you know that the numbers in there are Ontario averages. It doesn't compare to Meaford's average. Meaford's recyclable is twice the Ontario average, so anything more we can do, great, but Meaford is well over 60%. The Ontario average is 30%, so anything to help. Thank you.
And thanks for that reminder. So all in favor? And that's passed unanimously. Thank you. Anything else on the communications, or if not, I'm going, yes, go ahead.
My apologies for interrupting and holding us up. I just wanted to direct council to item 12A, which is the resolution from Grey County Council regarding the hybrid planning services model. And I just wanted to note that if council doesn't pull this from the communications list, that no reply will be returned to Grey County, and they will then assume we are not interested in moving forward. So at this time, council does have the option to do one of three things. They could pull this motion and make a decision right here, whether we want to send a note to Grey County that we support the idea of opting in, that we don't support the idea of opting in, or you could direct staff to bring a brief report about an interest or position on that, or any further information that you feel you need to make a decision. But as I say, we can skim right by it, and that's fine. It will just be probably interpreted as a no from the county, and I just didn't want that to be missed.
I don't think that we want to send a no necessarily. We have our opinions about it, but I think it's early in the, development of the idea to make to opt out at this point.
I totally agree, Mr. Mayor, and I would also add that we have our new CIO starting tomorrow, and I very much want to hear Mr. Everett's opinions on shared planning services. So I really appreciate you pulling that, Margaret, and we should wait and have that discussion with Mr. Everett and talk again as a council and provide comments.
Does that give you the direction you need?
Thank you. If we could, it would be great to have a motion that staff are directed to bring this back either in a report form or just on the next correspondence list for discussion. That would be really helpful to the next steps that you
Moved by Deputy Mayor Keaveney and seconded by Councillor Urick, that you can finish the motion. Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. Now, I'm going to declare the meeting adjourned. We have a closed session following this meeting, which we're going to take a recess before we deal with it.
On the road. Oh, we're good. You guys are hanging out, I can hang out. I need to stop driving.
No.
Okay.
At any rate, before I adjourn the meeting, I'm just going to tell people who are watching, if there are anybody has survived this long, that we will, I'll report out after the meeting is over. And I guess we'll announce at that time what the meetings are for, but one involves the Community Builder Award and the other a lease at 390 Sykes Street North. So we'll see you on the other side of that closed meeting. Okay, reporting out of the closed session, we were with the interim CAO, Treasurer and Director of Financial Services, and the Director of Community Services, and Acting Clerk to discuss personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal and local board employees, specifically nominees for the 2025 Community Builder Awards. We also met with the interim CAO, Treasurer, Director of Financial Services, the Manager of Facilities, and the acting clerk in attendance to discuss a position, plan, procedures, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality, specifically relating to the lease agreement of 390 Sykes Street North. And in both cases, council provided direction to staff. And with that, I'll declare today's meeting finally adjourned.